Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the death and life of Erza Scarlet in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 111, La Distancia para un Duelo 8. We should be getting out of here. Shinji sounded moodier than usual. He sat on two traveling cases stacked on top of each other, his head slumped over, hands clasped together as he stared sullenly into space. You've said that 3 times already, Rose remarked. It don't make it less true. They had packed. They had made ready to flee the moment there was an opening. They probably would, before everything really went to shit. But, as it was, they had each packed their things, set them up in the middle of the warehouse, and waited for somebody else to take the first step toward the door. It had been a good 20 minutes of sitting there, mostly silently, each one of the visored hoping for somebody else to take the initiative. Shinji usually would lead, but he had been despondent. I don't know what the hell we're waiting for, huffed Yuri. Let the Godai burn. See what I care. Too right, Shinji muttered. I care, at least a little, Rose admitted. I mean, I'd rather not find out what a world where Aizen rules looks like. I'm not saying I want to go out there and fight, but... You want to see how it turns out, said Kensei firmly. I do, too. Man, I worry about Mashiro. I've been looking out for her since forever, you know. He shook his head resignedly. Fuck it, man. I'm staying behind until it's over. I'm not asking any of you to stay with me, but I can't leave her behind. What, you gonna rush in like the big damn hero? Shinji said acerbically. Gonna swing in at the last second with some cool line? Maybe hope the world works out like a neat little storybook. Nope, Kensei said, shaking his head. I am done being their attack dog. I don't owe the Godai jack. But, I ain't leaving Mashiro and Lisa behind, either. If they die, but I'm gonna be here to feel it. This is fucking idiotic, Shinji snapped. We should be getting a move on. We should be getting out of here now, while Aizen is occupied. So, why haven't you walked away? Asked Haki gently. You could have at any point now. Too dangerous outside, Shinji muttered. Too many people who can see us. Don't wanna risk it just yet. When there is an out, I'll be the first one out the door. Damn right, Hiyori said, nodding a bit too eagerly. Screw em, right. Screw em, Shinji agreed. You know, said Love, I don't know about you all, but I've been listening in. Sensing the battle, I mean. I never felt anything like it. The fight of the century, I'd say. The fight of several centuries. And we're all cowards for sitting it out, or what? Shinji sneered. Not at all, said Love. I agree. We don't owe them anything. But, it's hard not to want to see it. It's like having a good view of Mt. Vesuvius burying Pompeii, or something. Or, like watching an empire fall in real time. If I'm honest, said Rose, it is the Godai. It's not like they're all bad. I spent most of my life there. Even if it's a past chapter, I want to know what happens to it. We can do that from anywhere but here, Shinji grumbled. We're not heroes, Kensei said, but I'm staying, at least. If Aizen wins, we're legging it, but until then. I'm leaving the moment I got a chance, said Shinji firmly, and if any of you got any sense, you'll do the same. Then leave. When it's safe, Shinji said. I told Ja already, it's too hot outside. We're several blocks away from the fighting, Haki said mildly. We got this far by not taking any risks. You know that, Shinji muttered. Right. They sat there in silence, on their luggage, drinking in the endless sensations of battle from afar, and not one of them made a move toward the door. Not yet. After all, it wasn't safe outside. Things could be going better, Lisa figured. She and Mashiro had merrily and effortlessly slaughtered their way through scores of lesser Arrancar, defeated a few stronger Arrancar with some effort, and they were now putting about as much effort as anyone possibly could into the thick old man before them without anything resembling results. Pitiful, Barragan said gruffly, his gigantic battle axe casually rested over his shoulder. I know not what type of misbegotten pretend hollows you are supposed to be, but I am not impressed. He was broad, stocky, and muscular. It was the speed that had thrown her off most of all. One would expect the kind of nauseatingly strong, raw, destructive power he emanated, but the fact that he could move as well as he did, swing that axe with such ease. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, and all that, Lisa said, keeping her cool. She adjusted her glasses, biting back the fear creeping at her. She was used to being the most powerful thing around. The Vizard had never slacked off, never stopped honing their skills, and along with their hollow powers she was confident almost nothing could match them. It was just that one of those few things was looking at her right now. It was like staring at death itself. He was unflappable, having deflected their every attack so far. Nothing had done more than scratch his iron hide. Nothing seemed to faze him. Mashiro, want to, she said, pulling her mask down over her face. Mashiro nodded, needing no more information than that. As airheaded as she was, the girl was a savant in combat. Lisa charged in, blade raised. Just like before, Barragan parried it with ease. Mashiro came in from above, a spinning axe kick aimed at the old man's head. Barragan shoved Lisa back, raising an arm to parry the kick. As he momentarily looked away, Lisa released a zero she had been charging in her hand since she had started her charge in. Palm out, she thrust her arm forward and the world went a little red for a moment. There was a shimmer around the old man. Barragan had taken the hit dead on, not even bothering to parry. His clothes were slightly singed, but nothing else had come of it. Lisa was forced to jump back, as he lashed out with a massive one-handed swing. As she slid to a halt, Mashiro landed right beside her. There they stood, in the sky over Karakura, facing the enemy that would not budge. Didn't work, huh? Said Mashiro. Didn't work the last 4 times, Lisa muttered, but you give it your all until you got nothing else to give, and all that. Yup. Lisa sighed. That was when Barragan raised his voice. This bores me. I humored you at first because your peculiar nature interested me somewhat, but if you have nothing else to offer, I will leave this to my minions. A monarch like I need not be bothered by small fries. Monarch, said Mashiro, blinking. But aren't you, like, number 2 in rank? Accounting for Aizen, that means he's only 3rd in the whole organization, and that's assuming Aizen's traitor lieutenant isn't ranked higher, Lisa sneered. Seems like somebody is holding on to past glories. Barragan's eyes narrowed. You test my patience. That was the idea, said Lisa. She looked to Mashiro. All out. Already. Said Mashiro. This guy is the real deal. I've never met a hollow like this. We pull out all the stops, or we die. Yeah, I guess, said Mashiro, shrugging. Besides, I don't want someone else stealing our thunder. We gotta make an impression now that we're helping the Godai out, you know. I'm glad one of us is an optimist, at least, Lisa muttered. Her Ryotsu rose in power, Mashiro matching it flawlessly. The both of them raising their weapons, as one they cried. Bankai. Tetsutanbo no Suno Sentu. Spire of the Iron Dragonfly Nest, Lisa cried. She let go of her spear-like shikai, and it drifted out into space behind her, extending and growing into a massive spire, literally towering over them all. Flat, menacing and unassuming, it looked like a gigantic spear-like tower floating in the air, at least 40 yards tall. Ten no Kinzoku Ryu. Emperor Metal Dragon, Mashiro cried, and in a blinding flash of light her blade extended, growing all around her. Mashiro seemed to disappear, enveloped by its lights. Bizarrely, the released form took the shape of some sort of enormous, bipedal, metallic lizard, with a thick tail and massive shoulder-mounted cannons, and long-barreled, thinner, quadruple-linked cannons in the place of arms. Not quite as tall as Lisa's tower, it still towered over their opponent. All right, Lisa. Mashiro cheered, her voice somewhat dampened as it came from inside the gigantic mechanical construct. Let's show him what we got. Barragan looked at both manifestations, seeming unimpressed. He hadn't flinched at 2 fully released Bankai. Why should he, when nothing they had done so far had even dented him? The aged Hollow quickly realized his mistake. Lisa, holding a metallic, pointed scepter, aimed its tip at Berrigan. Near the apex of the tower she had summoned, beneath its pointed tip, an opening began to form. Pure white, it didn't seem to have a clear border between reality and whatever place it led to. Suddenly, with tremendous speed, a black spike shot out. 3 feet of black steel speared Berrigan in the shoulder, cutting right through his arrow. The old man reeled back, half a foot of black steel embedded in his shoulder. The first spike was rapidly followed by a second, and a third, and within moments a seemingly endless stream of dark projectiles rained down from above, directed by Lisa's hand. Berrigan growled, forced to move back. The barrage was relentless, firing the bolts like a machine gun, the tower slowly rotating to keep a fix on the espada. Over here! Mashiro cried, her gun arms opening fire, intercepting Berrigan's flight path. Bright white explosions barreled right into him, sending him flying. The old espada managed to keep himself in flight, but the barrage was absolutely relentless. Behind them, the shots Mashiro missed struck one building after another, doing grievous damage wherever they struck. Stop messing around and blow him away! Lisa cried, narrowing her eyes as she focused on the moving Aaron car. He regained his bearings, charging toward them now. Got it! Mashiro cried, and the mechanical construct came aglow with a sinister red. Its jaws opened wide, and a massive red beam of energy flared out. If Berrigan had attempted to dodge, it would have been a wasted effort. The sheer breadth of the blast was enough to catch him. Lisa briefly paused her barrage, turning her eyes away to avoid going blind. Mashiro's destructive potential, fully unleashed, was a thing to behold. Between them, they had the firepower to decimate legions of hollows. When the blinding light finally lessened, Lisa looked up again. Where'd he go? Mashiro said, peeking out from her cockpit in the mechanical beast's chest. Did I get him? No, Lisa said, shaking her head. She could sense him still, a large, ugly lump of raw and malicious power. Keep an eye out. And, try and aim a bit next time. She gestured toward the cityscape around them. Half a building was collapsing, dust kicked up for blocks around them. Oh. Oops, Mashiro said, laughing nervously. They had no time to ponder the consequences as a bloodied figure emerged from the dust, rising with a contemptuous look on his face. Berrigan Lusenburn stood before them, battle axe rested over his shoulders. His crown-like mask fragment was fractured and broken, and his left arm was a broken mess. He was bleeding from several places where Mashiro's cannon had impacted, leaving crater-like holes in his decrepit, old body. Despite the grievous injuries, he seemed quietly infuriated more than anything. You wretched little Shinigami worms, he said, with a calm that belied his ravaged state. You dare to challenge me? Have it your way, then. Rot, arroganti. There was an explosion of sheer power, growing rapidly and morphing as Berrigan's form shifted. The dust that had been kicked up was scattered by the winds, leaving the Segunda's majesty on display. His flesh was gone, in its place was a mere skeleton wrapped in a fur coat of rich purple. A golden crown rested on his skull, and his axe was larger and sleeker than before, its simple black design a stark contrast to the excess and complexity of his attire. Mashiro, Lisa said, you know what I said about aiming. Yeah. Forget that. Full power, now. You got it. The mechanical lizard opened fire with all of its guns at once, and red laser beams shot from its eyes with a high-pitched whine. At the very same moment, Lisa showered Berrigan with spikes, firing with impunity. He felt overwhelmingly powerful, and if they let him go wild. Through one blinding blast, the skeletal form emerged, shockingly fast. He sailed over the gunfire from Mashiro, the cannons tried to get a bead on him in vain. He closed the distance and swung his axe just once, raking the weapon across the chest of Mashiro's Bankai. The mechanical creature rocked back, nearly knocked over, its metal body creaking and whining like it was about to burst. That wasn't far from the truth, Lisa realized. Where it had been struck, the Bankai had started to dissolve, blackness eating away at it rapidly. Parts of it fell off toward the ground, dissolving into nothingness before they could even drop the full distance. The chest cavity was dissolving rapidly, and Lisa could see Mashiro inside, exposed. Berrigan, looking like death himself, raised his axe to strike a second time. Mashiro, get out, Lisa snapped, aiming a storm of spikes at the espada, momentarily throwing him off balance. Get out now, or you're next. But dash. Go. Lisa shouted. With a yelp, hesitation written across her face, Mashiro opened a hatch at the back and jumped out while her bankai corroded into nothing. Baragon, barely affected by the spikes Lisa had sent his way, turned to look at them. His skull seemed to grin at them, as if mocking them. She could see several spikes lodged in his coat, turning to ash before her eyes. Those should be impossible to break down like that. She mumbled, eyes wide. Fool children, said Baragon confidently. Do you think I became king of Hueco Mundo for nothing? Before my power, all things rot. Time itself speeds up at my touch. You will soon follow. Lisa's eyes narrowed. She contemplated fleeing, but what use would it be? He would catch them anyway. No, she wouldn't flee. She had come here because she was tired of hiding. If this was death, so be it, but she would not go gently into that long night. The spire aimed its brightly shining portal down at Baragon, firing off an intense volley of spikes. Baragon raised his axe, parrying them with contemptuous ease. Almost as soon as they had hit, they started to break apart, hardened steel rusting and breaking down in milliseconds. As the burst of fire concluded, Baragon raised his axe and swung it once. Rather than some shockwave of overwhelming force, it was but a haze that reached out from his axe, enveloping the spire. Lisa's eyes widened as before her eyes, the entire spire started to corrode. Sheer black turned to dark brown as pieces of it started to fall away and rust, and large chunks of it plummeted to the ground, dispersing into ash where they fell. Within a minute, her bankai suffered the same fate as Mashiro's. In her hands was but a Zanpakuto, sealed and weak. It is not limited to touch, either, said Baragon, slowly stepping toward them. My regal aura of rot will touch anything I so please, wherever you may run. Fall to your knees and die, or defy me, it matters not. Either way, you will fall, like everyone else before you. Lisa shot Mashiro a look. She looked scared, but she wasn't trembling, wasn't falling apart. Lisa took some comfort in her bravery. Gently, she reached out, taking her by the hand. Mashiro squeezed back. He got rid of 10 no Kinzoku Ryu just like that, Lisa, she said weakly. I don't know about this. I don't either, said Lisa somberly, but let's not just roll over, okay? Mashiro nodded spiritedly. Together. Till the end, said Lisa, a fatalistic sense of finality coming over her. She curled her free hand over her face, manifesting her hollow's mask again. They raised their blades, crying out in defiance. Baragon raised his, and down it came. There was a wave of corrosion, and suddenly, it divided, the haze splitting in 2 different directions before them. A figure in white stood in front of them, blade raised. Well done, Minajiki, said the new arrival. Out of all people. Lisa said, breathing out in shock. She had been ready to go. Now, there was hope. Maybe. Erza landed on a half-ruined piece of street, sinking to her knees on impact. She was drained, totally drained, too weak to even properly stand. Armadura had eaten almost all of her spiritual power, she only barely had enough left to function. She managed to keep herself from falling by leaning on her hands, staring down into the ruined asphalt for a good minute or so, just breathing. The crash was equally as breathtaking as the high had been awe-inspiring. Come on. Can you at least stand? Halibel, reverted back to her normal form, was leaned over her. Erza nodded, taking another labored breath. Just a second, she said, feeling woozy. The world was spinning a little, and a not insignificant part of her just wanted to fall, to pass out and rest. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them, she saw a tan-skinned hand extended. Gratefully she took it, allowing herself to be pulled to her feet. Halibel looked not much better, wounded and with torn and ragged clothes, but she was standing. It was lucky Erza had managed to convince her, or she would have been easy prey even as Halibel was now. Don't die on me, Halibel said sternly. You are my way out. You owe me that much. I'm not dying, Erza said, grimacing as she leaned on Halibel's shoulder, just, really, really exhausted. I don't think I could do more than move right now, and even that's a stretch. To think you were so overwhelmingly powerful but a minute ago. Power has its price, Erza muttered. Indeed it does, Halabel said, nodding approvingly. Erza. The spirited cry raised Erza's spirits, and she looked up. Momo descended from above, 3 Aaron car dragged behind her, levitating and bound in golden chains. Hi, Momo, Erza managed, waving at her weakly. Momo cried out with happiness, a high-pitched squeal, and ran toward Erza, wrapping her arms around the taller woman. Halabel took a step back, as Momo pulled her in close, giving her a quick kiss on the lips. I knew you'd pull through, she said proudly. Thank you, said Erza, and for a moment she forgot the war, what was at stake in all the death and suffering. For a moment, she just stared into Momo's eyes. Ahem, said Halabel, letting out a polite cough. Oh, said Momo, as if noticing the espada only now. So, are you two okay now? Erza nodded. Yeah. You can let those 3 go, actually. Are you sure? Said Momo, looking at the 3 fractions, each of which were staring menacingly at the both of them. Yeah, said Erza. We worked something out. Okay, said Momo, and with a snap of her fingers, the chains dissipated. Sun, Mila Rose and Apache all stood up, assuming their stances, but Halabel held a hand out. No, she said firmly. At ease, all 3 of you. Lady Halabel. Said Sun. She is right. We have worked something out. It's not entirely clear what that something is, but we're done here. Lady Halabel, said Mila Rose slowly, brows furrowed, we're doing whatever you ask of us, but you wonder what's happening and why. It's a fair question, said Halabel, and shrugged. Suffice it to say, I came to some realizations. Eisen cannot be trusted, for one. He threw us all into a meat grinder with no concern for our safety. All his grand talk about a better tomorrow is lies. I am tired of being used like a tool. We are taking our chances with the Shinigami. But Halabel, they're Shinigami, Apache said exasperatedly, throwing both hands into the air. We're already being lorded over by a Shinigami, said Halabel wearily. It might as well be one with more character than him. So, that's it? We're just their bitches now. Apache said frustratedly. Ask her, said Halabel, nodding to Erza. Leaning on Momo for support, Erza spoke up. I'm not going to talk about doing the right thing, or anything like that. I'm offering you shelter and my protection. If you cooperate, I'll do my best for you. I don't know where that leads, but you won't die, and you won't be anyone's guinea pig. Hopefully not prisoners, either. I'm pretty sure they will find you useful. You can understand that, yes. Sure, Mila Rose said. Hell, this isn't much of a deal. Better than being disposed of, said Halabel, sitting down with her back to a ruined piece of wall. You don't have to follow me if you don't want to. I know I ask a lot. Respectfully, shut up, Apache said bluntly. Where you go, we go. That's the way it's always been. Doesn't stop now. Halabel nodded, and although Erza could only see half her face, she could swear the espada was smiling. Still, said Sun, we have to survive this whole ordeal first. Neliel awoke and knew she was alive, because being dead didn't hurt this much. She was face down against the street, breathing heavily. She rolled over, groaning in pain. The sky over her was blue, looking so strangely peaceful. Slowly, she raised her right arm to her chest. Her left side felt numb. Her fingers traced over the cut running over her chest and down to her hip. She steadied her breathing, and focused on the pain. Her mind cleared some, and she realized she wasn't dying. She knew what that felt like, and this wasn't it. That don't tickle, does it? Neliel turned to look, but couldn't see from where the voice came. It was Kenpika, the same man who had brought her low, against all odds. Slowly, feeling nauseous from blood loss and pain, she managed to prop herself up into a sitting position, leaning herself against a half-ruined traffic sign. There, only a couple yards away, sat the warrior brute. No, it does not, Neliel said wearily, but I could say the same for you. Indeed, the Kenpeka looked even worse than she did. Impaled, bloodied, and broken, he sat slumped against a building wall, cradling his jagged blade across his lap. His head was leaned back, and he looked strangely peaceful. Drying blood stained most of his torn clothes, and the naked injuries on his body were brutal to look at. Said Kenpeki, shrugging and then wincing from the pain of doing so. These are some good hits you got in. They'll be good scars one day. Not my best fight, but I ain't gonna complain about it. You are bizarre, Nilil muttered. You act more like a hollow than a Shinigami, but no hollow would ever be that cavalier about this kind of hurt. Yeah, well, I'm in a good mood, said Kenpeki, staring into the distance. Why? Nilil muttered. She wasn't even sure why she was speaking to him. He was an enemy, and if she felt able to move at all, she would be trying to kill him. But, right now, anything to take her mind off this. You know why I'm Zaraki Kenpeki? I feel like you're about to tell me, Nilil muttered sarcastically. If Kenpeki noticed her tone, he took no notice of it. I don't remember where I came from or what I used to be. I even forgot my name. Zaraki's just a district, and Kenpeki is a title. It's who I am now. But, see, there was one person who made me want it in the first place. Who is that? The greatest Kenpeki of them all. Yachiru. The first. The finest dem warrior I ever met, and she gave me the finest beating I ever took. Knew there and then that's what I needed to beat. He grinned, continuing to stare into the distance. I ain't ever been good at reading Ryotsu or any of that shit, but even I can feel it. She's here. Enough to make a man feel nostalgic. Who? Anohana Yachiru, said Kenpeki, smiling a toothy grin. She finally decided to show up. Anohana. Yachiru? You mean Anohana Retsu? Retsu is what she goes by now, sure. But, I remember. I remember the terror she was. The fear she inspired. Oh, she was a sight to behold then. There was something profoundly strange about the situation. The barbarian Kenpeki, at peace, waxing lyrical about a woman. Genuine respect. She hadn't known he was capable of that. Carefully, she reached out to feel. Now that she focused, it wasn't too difficult. She felt a great and powerful energy source in the distance, surely a captain, and... I'm sorry for your loss, she said resignedly, surprised that she meant it, but she is already gone. She faces Baragon. None of you can stand against his power, except maybe your captain commander. That's what you think, said Kenpeki. He had absolute confidence, and the smile never seemed to fade. You get I'm, Retsu. He said quietly. You show em what it means to be the best. There was Anohana Retsu, standing in between them and death itself. Lisa had never felt more relieved. It's been a while, Lisa, said Anohana, her tone as kind as ever, but now is no time for reunions. Will you and Mashiro please get somewhere safe? Sure, said Lisa, still holding on to Mashiro's hand. Let's go, yeah. Surprisingly, Mashiro just nodded, following Lisa's word without a single word. As they walked away, Lisa shot a glance past her shoulder. Anohana was undoing her elaborate hair braid, letting her black hair flow freely from her shoulders. The captain gave them one last look, and the face Lisa saw was cold and determined, frightening to look at. Anohana Retsu had always been feared despite her gentle demeanor, and in that moment, Lisa knew this fear was not just hype. As Anohana undid her hair, she gave Baragon a long, calculating look. Very slowly, with great care, she slid her captain's coat off, folding it neatly and setting it down by the pavement. Thank you so very much for your patience, Lusenburn, said Anohana. She made no move for her blade just yet. She seemed fearless, speaking calmly and politely as if she were holding a conversation about how rainy it's been lately. For you alone, I will gladly wait, Baragon rumbled. How long has it been? Said Anohana, brushing a few strands of hair over her shoulder. At least 400 years, as time passes in the human world. No more than 450, I am sure. Do you still rely on that very interesting power of yours? You should recall how that worked the last time we did battle. This time, said Berrigan, pointing his great axe at Anohana, its edge stopping only inches away from her face, I am different. Stronger. Aizen's methods has given me new strength. Perfected my form. I, too, wield a Zanpakuta now. Whereas you stand before me dressed in the features of an angel, needing to shed your mask just to face me. Time has worked in my favor, as it always does. You have grown fat and weak while I have grown strong. Berrigan Lusenburn finally bent the knee. I see. Anohana said, ignoring his boast. I had thought that impossible. A hollow of such great pride, I would have expected to die before he yielded. Berrigan's features were pure bone, but something about his demeanor still seemed to turn sour. I was not given the choice. A shame. I changed my ways because I wished to do so. A warrior like you should have been given the same courtesy. Pity, from you? You may have been the Kenpeka once, but I will accept nothing of the kind from you, snarled Berrigan. No, this day I will avenge myself on the defeat you gave me all those years ago. Today, you will rot. I will say this exactly once, said Anohana coolly, for the sake of all I have built since I last saw you, surrender now, and mercy will be given. You dare mock me with such foolishness. I thought as much, said Anohana, slowly pulling her blade from its sheath in one elegant motion. There are no more words left to spare. Come. Let us test this new strength of yours. As she spoke, a cruel smile spread across her features. Berrigan struck first, his corrosive aura hanging about him like a deathly haze. His axe came down in a fierce, heavy swing, but he was elegantly deflected. He pulled back just in time, as Anohana's blade caught him in the eye socket in a fierce riposte. You're lucky you have no real eyes to speak of, she said dryly, and launched into an attack of her own. The former Kenpeka was like a juggernaut. Her black hair flowed through the air with her movements, spreading like wicked, predatory wings as her sword arm went to work. Every swing was precise, fast, and deadly, and Berrigan was quickly pushed back. The hard, heavy swings of his great axe struggled to keep up, and he could only parry. More than once, her blade struck home against his bony form, shredding his regal coat where it hit. Letting out a furious growl, Berrigan opened his jaws, and a powerful Siro blasted at Anohana. She elegantly pivoted to the side, guard still up. So little has changed, she said, eyes narrowed. You are still too focused on power to understand what makes a warrior. So little has changed, indeed, said Berrigan, pointing a finger at her. Anohana's eyes twitched, and she raised her left hand. A small, black spot had appeared on her little finger, less than half an inch long. It was growing. Irritably, Anohana muttered a word, and the rot started to undo itself, closing up on her skin, but no sooner had it closed than it started to erode again, close again, erode again. Even your Kitu cannot keep it at bay forever. It is impressive magic, but it only staves off the inevitable, said Berrigan pridefully. What is such abstract foolishness as what makes a warrior to the power of time itself? You command no such power, said Anohana, shaking her head. He was right about one thing. There was no known cure for that ability of his except to kill him. Her Kaida was keeping her safe for now, but the continuous drain of using it would wear at her if the fight dragged on. This was no time to hold anything back. Bankai, she said coldly, and felt the blade shift. It was an undramatic transformation, simply turning the blade red with blood. It made her blade a vessel of destruction even more potent than his corrosion. Minajiki. And so it goes, said Berrigan, pointing his great axe at her. Let us see who can reduce the other to ashes first, Kenpeka. Anohana charged, silent but with an expectant look on her face. She remembered this feeling, of her life on the line, the anticipation of the kill, knowing it could all end any moment. She had missed it. As much as she had tried to deny it, she had loved battle, and she felt the same bloodlust she once had, as strongly as ever. Axe met blade, clashing mercilessly, and it was all she could do to not cry out with joy. Berrigan reeled back, shooting out a stream of corrosive energy from his mouth. Anohana jumped, elegantly spinning through the air, landing on her feet and surging forward for a stab. Berrigan caught the stab with a deftness that would have surprised most. Anohana leaned into the blow, her weapon grinding against his. There was a hiss, and the edge of her weapon started to sink into the blade of his axe, eating away at the steel like it was tissue paper. "What's the matter, Lisenburn?" she said coldly, smiling wickedly. "Don't you remember what happens when you touch this?" Berrigan shoved her back, fragments of his axe chipping off as the weapons parted. Anohana pushed the attack forward, leaning into her attacks. Her swordplay was fast, vicious, and precise, and the espada struggled to keep up. As his axe met her blade again, he launched a siro at her from his mouth, but Anohana spun to the side, coming in for a stab to counter. Berrigan suddenly found himself giving ground, one step at a time, as Anohana's blade spun in a series of deadly arcs. It was clear who the better fighter was. Despite his grim-looking weapon, Berrigan's blows never seemed to land, and that was when he even had the chance to attack instead of just defending. Berrigan floated back, spinning his great axe in a wide arc to keep her from pursuing, charging another siro in his free hand. He met her next attack directly, axe grinding into blade. Berrigan aimed his arm, thrusting it forward with the near-complete siro firing almost point-blank. Anohana simply twisted herself aside just a little, and as the blinding red light flared, she reeled back, blade held out. She looked a right mess. Half of her was severely burned, the right side of her face red and crackled, with the flesh melting off her bones. Despite this, she smiled, and right before Berrigan's eyes her horrendous burn injuries started to knit themselves together, the burnt muscle and fat on her face, arm, and leg moving almost like a liquid, reshaping itself. Reckless, Berrigan taunted her. "You think you got the better end of that exchange?" Anohana said mockingly. "Look at your feet." Insofar as it was possible for a skull-faced monster with no facial expressions to look shocked, Berrigan did. There on the street lay his left hand, or rather, what was left of it. The bone was rapidly eating itself up, corroding before their eyes. "That's the difference between you and I, Lisenburn. I can replace what I lose. You cannot. You impudent bitch," snarled Berrigan, swinging his axe at her recklessly. Furiously he hacked at her, and suddenly Anohana was the one defending. But, where he had been hard-pressed, she was patient, measured, and careful. She caught an overhead swing, her feet grinding across the ground as he pushed her back. Berrigan let out a triumphant roar, and his corrosive aura surged forward, catching her point blank. "Die!" he cried triumphantly. "Let's see you out-heal that, you bitch dash." Then suddenly she batted his axe aside and thrust forward, her blade sinking right into his chest, into his core. "Too close," Anohana said calmly, taking a step back. She was haunting to look at. The corrosion had caught her dead on, and in just a few seconds it had eaten away muscle and sinew, revealing the bone underneath. Patches of her face seemed more like a skull stripped of flesh than anything else. Her right bicep had corroded entirely, flesh and bone nakedly exposed. Her ribcage was starting to show through holes in her clothes. Her healing magic was frantically fighting the decay, little bits and pieces of her eroding body trying to stick together. She looked like she would be dead in seconds. Yet, despite this, despite half her jaw being exposed and her right eye leaving behind a naked hole into her brain, Anohana looked entirely calm. "It is over, Berrigan. You think you can?" Berrigan wheezed, clutching at his chest. Where Anohana was slowly turning into dust, he seemed no better off, smoke trailing from the wound he had taken to the chest. His axe dropped to the ground, and as he raised his hand, 2 of his fingers dropped as well, hissing like acid where they fell. The rest of his hand was eroding, too. At the center of his chest, a cavity was forming, a great dark hole. Anohana was collapsing quickly, but not as quickly as Berrigan. "It will be close," said Anohana, "closer than I'd like. But, it's like I said. I can replace what I lose. You cannot. Time cannot be beaten." Berrigan wheezes, taking a few stumbling steps toward her, extending his handless arm. He reached out as if to strike her, but he collapsed to the ground before he could come within striking range. His bones clattered against the street before they, too, disappeared, leaving only his cloak and crown. The cloak followed next, and then, last of all, the crown decayed, the gold turning black and melting away into a puddle. Slowly, Anohana's decaying body started to heal up. She took a series of long, deep breaths, closing the one good eye she had left. She was burning through her spiritual reserves quickly, but she was healing. Eventually she stood there, whole again. Her clothes were more rags than a uniform at this point. She had just half a sandal left as she took a step forward, sheathing her blade. This had been interesting. With little else to do, Erza had sat down on a relatively stable piece of rubble, just resting. Momo, although tired, had the strength to fight but outright refused to leave her side, taking it upon herself to stand guard. Erza wasn't sure how much use that would be with Halibel seated next to them, formidable even in her injured state, but she was not about to argue. She had given all she had to give, and she did not begrudge Momo her decision. It was a little endearing, actually. Her quiet appreciation was replaced with mild nausea as she saw Grimjo walk around the corner. The former espada was mostly covered in blood, some of it clotting, some of it quite fresh. He walked on unsteady legs, looking like he might fall over any moment. There were cuts, scrapes, and gashes across his chest, arm, and legs, and Erza suspected a lot of the blood staining his once white clothes was his own. The lower half of his face was especially thick with gore and blood, as if he had bitten into something like an animal. Erza tried not to think too hard about it. "Hiya, Red," said Grimjo, wobbling over to her and sitting down on the street next to her. He sounded exhausted, but also deeply satisfied. "What happened to you?" Erza muttered. "You look like you went through a meat grinder." "Oh, this," said Grimjo, gesturing dismissively at his wounds. "Ain't nothing. Had me a good scrap with Lanza, or Jalal, or whatever he calls himself these days. After I pounded his face into the pavement, I decided that the city was full of things to kill, so I had my fill. Finally ran into a gang of semi-decent fighters. Killed them all, but they got a few good licks in, so I figured now was as good a time as any to sit back and take a rest. I earned it." "I bet," Erza muttered, looking at his blood-covered skin with morbid fascination. "You really had a good time, huh?" "I'm a goddamn war hero," Grimjo said with a grin, "and if you got medals, I deserve every last one of them. Pretty sure I saved the necks of hundreds of Shinigami out there when all is said and done, and I took a pound of flesh from Aizen's brain-dead dipshit followers, too." Erza might have dismissed his words as empty bragging or at least an exaggerated boast, but knowing his power and looking at the state of him, she was actually inclined to believe him. "I'll mention it to the head captain," she said. "I'm sure you'll be proud to have Shinigami applauding you. You just gotta shit on everything I say, don't you?" Grimjo snorted, and laughed. "You certainly haven't changed," Halibel said disdainfully, looking down on him from where she stood. "Oh, if it ain't Tyr," Grimjo said cheerily, unfazed. "You got no idea, sis. No idea. Yours truly beat the shit out of Jalal, who I fucking hate, and I didn't even kill him. I'm a changed man, me. Reformed. Real hero now." "Yes, right," said Halibel, glancing at his morbid, bloodied state. "Nothing quite spells hero like being covered in the guts of your enemies." "Hey, you don't make omelets without smashing eggs," Grimjo said, shrugging. "It's a human saying," he explained smugly, as if this were sage knowledge. "Picked up a thing or two while I was here. Betting I'm more cultured than you are at this point." "You are insufferable," Halibel muttered. "Erza, do I have to let him live?" "Unfortunately, yes," Erza said, rolling her eyes. "Not killing allies is part of the deal, I'm afraid." "A deal?" said Grimjo, lighting up. "So, Halibel, we're on the same team, now, huh?" He chuckled, enjoying it a little too much. "Don't ya worry, being on Team Hero is the best decision yet ever made. All the butchering you want, and you get to feel good about it afterward." Halibel gave him a look like he was something that had crawled up from under a rock and scoffed, looking away. "Wait a second," said Erza curiously. "You spared Jalal?" Yeah," said Grimjo, shrugging and leaning back, supported on his hands. "Guess I did." For whatever odd reason, Erza felt relieved. Curious, she decided to prod. "I thought you hated him." "Fucking right. You joke a lot," Grimjo, but I think maybe you are not so bad, actually. You might not be a hero, but maybe one day you'll be a decent person. Hey, hey, hey. Grimjo snarled. I did it so he could live to feel humiliated when Aizen loses, okay? Get out of here with that dumb fuck talk about being good. Sounds like something somebody who doesn't want to admit they're good would say. A chuckle escaped Halibel, which seemed to infuriate Grimjo even more. Hey, I could have vaporized his ass any time I wanted. But you didn't. Fuck you, Red. I like you, too. You're impossible, woman, Grimjo growled, shaking his head. Way to kill the fucking mood. Just close your eyes and think about the last helpless victim whose throat you ripped out, Erza teased. Joke's on you, I'll actually do that. And I'll feel good about it. Good. Good. It is true. And I am grateful. The voice caught them both off guard. Just a little further up the street, there was Jalal, practically hanging by the arms from the shoulders of Finder and Joe. He looked like he had been worked over by a wild animal, which really wasn't far from the truth. He seemed conscious, but not much more than that. Immediately, Apache, Mila Rose, and Sun Sun all tensed up, hands on their weapons. Momo followed suit, her hands glowing with power. Stand down, Halibel said irritably. That one poses no more threat than any of his petty servants. More or less, yeah, said Erza, gesturing for Momo to relax as well. Reluctantly, the four of them eased up. Halibel, said Jalal, I'm glad to see you're alive. But, perhaps I shouldn't be, given your familiarity with an enemy. I won't justify myself to you, Halibel said plainly. I will not be used by the likes of Aizen anymore. If you wish to remain a tool, that is your choice. As you wish, sighed Jalal. It's not as if I can do much about it. Fucking right, Grimjo said, the grin back on his face. But, hey, there's always more room on Team Hero. Ain't too late to switch sides. Just admit that you were wrong, and a little bitch, and Red here'll write you a full pardon. Grimjo, Erza said, standing up on weak, wobbling legs, shut up for a second. All right, said Grimjo, raising his hands mockingly. He chuckled gleefully, but otherwise kept quiet. Erza shot him an irritated glance, and approached Jalal. So, you lived. For now, said Jalal. Joe, Finder, can you set me down? Reluctantly, the two Fractions sat him down on the street. Jalal just barely held himself up. Erza sat down opposite him, legs crossed. So, here we are, she said slowly. Funny how it turns out, huh? It will all be sorted soon, and neither of us can do much about it. We're both spent. We're still enemies, but for now, I'd rather not fight anything at all. Agreed, said Jalal. Despite himself, he smiled. What? I'm so glad to see you're still you, he said simply, shrugging. Even after all you've been through, even though we're opposed, it's nice to know some things don't change. Don't be stupid, Erza muttered. What will you do if your side wins? Will you see me executed? I don't know. It won't be up to me. Unless you really do want to change sides. I don't know, said Jalal, shaking his head. I believe in Aizen's vision. But, I don't know. I hope Aizen does, too. Erza's heart beat faster. She wasn't sure why. She had not held warm feelings for Jalal for a long time now. She was used to thinking of him as an enemy. Why would it matter to her if he changed? What makes you say that? I don't know. I've seen this battle. There's so much carnage, and there's no rhyme or reason to it. It's worse than anything I've seen out in the wastes of Hueco Mundo. Lord Aizen just threw us at these defensive positions like a tidal wave, and waited. I've asked myself why he didn't lead the charge himself, why there was no plan. He shook his head. I want to believe in him. Truly, I do. All I want is peace. A chance for Hollows to be better than they're forced to be. I do, too, said Erza severely. Maybe you're right, Jalal admitted with a shrug. I can't know. I I'm not ready to throw in the towel, yet. I won't fight you. If it comes down to us losing, then do what you must. I'd rather die by your hands than anyone else's. It'd only be fair. First of all, said Erza firmly, I don't think I could kill as much as a normal, weak hollow right now even if I tried. Second, even if I could I'd never kill something already beaten and defenseless. I will see to it that you're cared for fairly if it comes to that. Then I'll make you the same promise, Jalal said, nodding and smiling. You really are still you, Erza. She had no reply to that. She slowly stood up, nodded, and walked back to sit beside Grimjo and Halibel. They had given it their all. Their part in this was over and done with. All they could wait for now was for the last of the battles to be settled. Soon, very soon, they'd know. Shunsui's blades worked at double time, whirling like a dervish. Despite the tremendous speed at which he moved, despite a lifetime's worth of experience, he was only just keeping up, parrying Starcase strikes. Every strike he made was unbelievably precise. There were no feints, no attempts to deceive, only ferocious power and speed. Yucatec came in from the side, his blade arcing toward the Primero's head. Without even looking, the espada raised his left arm to parry the blow. Yucatec's sword cut through his sleeve, but didn't make a dent in his steely skin. And I thought you were supposed to be the lazy one, said Shunsui, grinning. I am. That's why I'm trying to make short work of you. Consistency. I can respect a man with principles, said Shunsui, thrusting his short blade forward. It didn't accomplish any more than Yucatec's, and Starkey gave him an unimpressed look. He twisted his left hand around, and grabbed Yucatec's Zanpakuto. He surged forward, his skull slamming into Shunsui's, and not a moment later he yanked at Yucatec's blade, sending the captain tumbling through the air. Shunsui, reeling from the headbutt, took a few steps back. Yucatec steadied himself, turning the tumble into a slide, and stood up in the air. Starkey gave them both a cold stare, elegantly twirling his blade around. Damn it, Yucatec, he's handling us like a couple of kids, Shunsui muttered. I know the feeling, Yucatec said. His breathing was getting a little ragged, Shunsui noticed. It's like we're back with Sensei in the dojo again. We can't keep going like this. No more testing the waters. If we want to make progress, we need to up our game. Agreed, Shunsui said with a nod. All yeah waves, cried Yucatec, holding his blades pointed out, become my shield. All yeah thunder, become my blade. Sujio no Kotori. Just like that, his blade split into two. Long and elegant, each with a prong on the dull end of the blade facing backward, they were connected by a long, flowing red ribbon. Shunsui likewise held out his blades. The flowery winds become disturbed, he chanted, and the god of flowers sings. The heavenly winds become disturbed, and the devil of heaven sneers. Katen Kyukotsu. His two blades grew longer, thicker, each with a semicircle carved into its backside. Took you long enough, said Starkey. Are you ready to get started, Shinigami? Together, Yucatec, but carefully, said Shunsui, nodding at the espada. I'll cover you, Yucatec agreed. Shunsui felt his heart beating. It was time to roll the dice and see how they fell. Chapter 112, La Distancia para un Duelo 9. Starkey was not used to having to try very hard. He had never been a hard worker, and most of his life had been spent wandering the wastes, alone. He had to have fought hard to gain all this power at some point, but those memories were lost to the mist of time. For as far as Coyote Starkey could remember, he had been so incredibly strong that he could kill people just by being near them. So, when he suddenly found himself on the defensive, Starkey had been at first infuriated, then curious. These two captains were at least powerful enough to keep up with him, and they were skilled, much more skilled than any Shinigami he had ever met. He had had the upper hand only because of his sheer speed and strength, but there was no doubt either of them handled a blade better than he could ever hope to. Part of him still wished to lay down arms and go back home. Another part of him started to want to overcome this obstacle. Thrusting forward with his blade, he stabbed at Kyoraku. The captain redirected the blow, and Starkey pulled back just in time to avoid a cut to the face from the second blade. Starkey stabbed at him again, carefully keeping himself guarded from a counter-attack, but so far the captain's guard held strong. Irritably, Stark charged a zero in his offhand. It took little effort to bring it up to the power of a Gran Ray, and he made a wide slash for the captain to parry. As their blades made contact, Stark shoved his hand forward, and there was a blinding flash of light. And a second later, Stark found himself plummeting to the ground, thrown from the sky by his own power. Kyoraku had dropped, fallen on his back to evade the zero, and behind him had Captain Yucatake stood, blades aimed. Somehow, the zero had run into his blade and right back at Stark. It was like they had planned it. They probably had. He slammed into the ground, more irritated than actually wounded. The way they both worked in tandem, if they kept playing it like this, he would get outflanked, outdone, embarrassed. He had a debt to pay. Lilinut! He shouted, standing up and brushing the dust and rubble off his clothes. It took a second, but the little Aaron car popped up from behind a corner. He had instructed her to hide, and she had been obedient. "What?" she said. "What do you mean, what?" Stark snapped, looking up at the two captains. "We're doing it. It's time to stop screwing around." "It really came to that, huh?" Lilinut mumbled, looking up, herself. "I more or less expected it. This is their last stand, after all." "But, weren't you supposed to go after Dash?" "Later." "These two first," said Stark firmly, glaring at the two captains. "They really got you fired up, didn't they?" "Nobody in the world knows what I look like fired up," Stark muttered, "but I'm getting there." He extended a hand, and Lilinut took it. Their energies began to meld, and he felt the change begin. "Kick about, Los Lobos!" cried Stark, and just like that, Lilinut disappeared. His uniform was replaced with a slick fur coat, and a patch hung over his left eye. In his hands were two guns, bone gray. He radiated power. It was time to end them. With a single step Stark flew up into the air, leaping up level with the two captains. Aiming his guns, he let loose a volley of zeros, aiming first for Yucatake. Realizing that the sheer volume was too much to counter at once, he weaved out of the way. Stark's blasts tracked the captain as he ran, but before the primero could get a proper beat on him, Kyoraku charged. His two blades worked in deadly tandem, but Stark parried them with his guns, refusing to yield. He kicked Kyoraku in the gut, firing off a zero almost point blank. This one struck home, sending the captain flying. Yucatake was already moving, and Stark felt a binding spell wrap around his chest. Golden chains bound him tightly. Stark's eyes narrowed as he flexed his muscles. What did they expect this would do? The chains cracked under the pressure, and shattered. Stark aimed his guns at Yucatake, firing a deadly salvo in return. The captain vaulted out of the way, forced on the defensive. Jushiro dodged yet another blast, wondering when it would end. Each individual zero was not overwhelming in itself, but they were fired so quickly that it didn't matter. A zero was a zero, and although he could survive one, maybe two direct impacts, this many in succession were too much. Formed instantly and fired with speed, the Primero's weapons were truly lethal. "Well, damn," muttered Kyoraku, blades held low as the two of them regrouped. He was singed, his clothes semi-burnt and his skin seared red from the blast he had taken. "I can see why he's their number one. No chance of turning it against him." "It would overload my blades," Jushiro said, shaking his head. "They can only handle so much energy at once. If he kept firing at me, he'd ruin my sword." "No sense holding back," Kyoraku said, eyes narrowing. "I can try my Shikai abilities for a bit, but honestly, I should probably use my Bankai straight away. If there ever was a time." "Too dangerous," said Jushiro, shaking his head. "You could catch some of our own people. Its area of effect is too wide. I'll go first. We'll use yours if I fail. Are you up for it?" Jushiro knew what he meant. "Are you going to fall over halfway through and die?" "I haven't run out of breath just yet. I have to at least try." "All right, so be it," said Kyoraku, nodding. "I'll cover for you." A blast passed right between them, to remind them that the battle was not over. Kyoriko gave his friend a look, then surged forward. He dodged left and right, narrowly evading one blast after another, furiously engaging the Primero with both of his blades. Knowing he had no time to waste, Jushiro raised one of his blades high, the other pointing low as his power started to grow. "Bankai," he called confidently. "Ten no Nami to Kaminari." His blades did not change, but the weather around him did. A brisk wind picked up, quickly turning into a gale. Around his raised arm, clouds, wind, and rain started to form, a localized storm at his command. From the clouds bursts of lightning formed, reaching down to his lower blade. Star-K fired off blast after blast. Kyoriko dodged like a madman, spinning around in the air as a blur of black and white. He had the captain pinned down now, forced back by the sheer volume of fire from his guns. Not even able to close the distance as of yet, the captain was thoroughly on the back foot. Something about that struck Star-K as wrong. It hadn't been half a minute, but that still left plenty of time to feint and strategize. In a battle of life and death, every single moment was invaluable. In the furious exchange so far, the captain had done little more than lash out with his blades, never coming close. He was fast and dangerous, of course, but where was Yucatec? The question was answered by the sky darkening above the Primero. He shot a quick glance into the distance, sunlight still shone down on the ground there. This was limited, and therefore the result of some power activated. Bankai. The cloud was but the first of what was to come. Thick droplets of rain pelted Star-K, who still found himself busy with Kyoriko, the captain seeming to redouble his efforts. Then lightning struck, 1,000 volts coursing through Star-K's body. The espada tensed up, suddenly reeling back from the involuntary spasms in his body. There was pain. It struck again, and again, and again, the lightning bolts hammering down like a blacksmith's strikes on red-hot iron. This was pain. Star-K's body seized up with every strike, struck again and again before he had a chance to start moving again. Only the sheer, raw power of his form protected him from incineration. Then as suddenly as it had begun, the lightning strikes paused. And Star-K saw the points of two thick blades jut out from his chest, run through his back. The lightning had ceased only to give Kyoriko an opening. Star-K grit his teeth, watching his own blood seep through his clothes, down his chest. But, Star-K was Espada the Primero, of all things. He had endured pain unlike anything his peers ever had, and his constitution was exceptional. Turning his head to glare back at the captain, both his hands wheeled over his shoulders, aiming his guns point blank at his assailant. As he fired backward, he felt the blades yanked free as Kyoriko leaped out of the way. He tracked the captain every step of the way, one gun blasting away as Kyoriko ran. Even so, he was not unaffected by the deep cuts he had just taken. His shots went wide, and he staggered back. Grunting, he took a deep breath and righted himself, refusing to submit. As he steadied himself, he saw Kyoriko parallel with Yucatec, the white-haired captain descending to his level. He seemed to wield pure lightning in one hand, and clouded smoke in the other. Lightning for damage. Water to make sure the lightning travels through me as well as possible. That is quite a bankai, Captain Yucatec, Star-K said, his eyes narrowing. He was already thinking about it, analyzing it. The lightning was potent in itself, but the way it had stunned him was by far the worst part of the equation. It seemed to be well targeted within the storm area. Should he run away? Hard to say. Chances were the storm would move with the captain. It had its limitations. They had ceased to leave an opening for Kyoriko, meaning it was capable of some level of friendly fire. Worse yet, Kyoriko had not unleashed his bankai yet, meaning this would only get worse. All of this and more passed through his mind in an instant as the two captains approached him. Damn, Yucatec, Kyoriko said, he took how many of those lightning bolts, and 2 swords through the chest, and he's still standing. It's no more or less than I would expect, said Yucatec firmly. Even so, we can push the advantage now. I'll create an opening for you. Go, Kyoriko. Eyes visibly narrowing, Star-K aimed one gun at Kyoriko, firing off a quick set of blasts at the captain, taking a carefully aimed shot at Yucatec. Kyoriko spun out of the way, but the shot aimed at Yucatec hit home. only to disperse in a flash of light as a bolt of lightning striking the Zero before it could hit home. The energy dissipated harmlessly, dispersing across the storm. Not a moment later, Kuriko had closed the distance, his blades whirling like a dervish. Stark sensed power gathering to his right and twisted out of the way just as a lightning bolt shot past him, narrowly missing its target. Stark found himself parrying and evading, firing off a blast whenever he could. Kuriko's form was flawless, and now having to evade one lightning bolt after another, Stark suddenly found himself hard-pressed. Jushiro watched the battle unfold with both arms raised, like some kind of storm-wreathed conductor. He directed the lightning to and fro, but now that the Primero was getting accustomed to the attacks, Jushiro found it harder and harder to land a hit. Lightning moved at the speed of, well, lightning, but the Espada seemed to sense them in the same instant that they formed, moving away from where they would be when they struck. Already the ground beneath them was becoming dotted with little craters from where the bolts had struck, and a building was partially collapsed. Jushiro breathed in frustratedly. His Bankai was tremendously powerful, but the Espada seemed to know how to adapt to everything they had to throw at him. Well, it wasn't going to be easy. He'd known that going in. "Kuriko!" he cried, having to shout over the whipping wind and heavy rain. "A bit busy down here." Kuriko shouted back, swinging furiously at the Espada. "Pull back. Are you serious?" Shunsui's eyes widened. "We need to end this now, before we end up tired. I'll give you all the opportunity you need." Kuriko nodded and suddenly broke off, rushing to the outer edge of the storm. Meanwhile, Jushiro's Ryotsu was growing. His lungs ached, and he knew that the longer this went on, the worse it would be. Eventually his frail health would catch up with him. It was a miracle he had lasted this long, to be honest. He could not falter. Not now, when everything was on the line. Taking a deep, pained breath, Jushiro let his power build. In his right hand, the bolt of lightning crackled, writhing with raw power. It ached to run free, to escape his grasp and revolt across the entire area to devastating effect. This was the power of his Bankai, raw and immense. He had always struggled to keep it in check. And now, it was time to unleash it. The clouds, stretching 100 meters across or so, went from gray to almost black. Lightning crackled everywhere around it, building up. Stark, noticing the change, leaped at Jushiro, firing as he went. It took little effort to intercept the shots, dissolving them before they could do any damage, but the charging Espada, himself, was a problem. Jushiro could almost see the whites in his eyes now, and it wasn't ready. Bakudo 63, Sajusabaku. Golden chains wrapped around Stark, stopping him dead in his tracks and sending him plummeting as Kuriko pulled at them. Stark grunted, crashing onto the roof of a building. It took him but a moment to stand up and another to tear off the chains, the Kido spell no match for the raw strength of the Espada. But, the seconds it had bought were enough. From below, Kuriko gave Jushiro a quick wave, before once again heading to the periphery of the storm cloud. "Storms, hear me now," Jushiro muttered. "Decaminari." At once the lightning intensified tenfold, turning the storm area into a minefield of electricity. The ground beneath them was pulverized, and whatever parts of any nearby building caught within its area of effect quickly collapsed, reduced to rubble from the raw, awesome force of the elements that Jushiro commanded. Stark tried his best, and he managed to dodge the first few dozen strikes, but he might as well have tried to dodge a hurricane. Before too long a bolt of lightning found him, and then another, and then another. Once the Espada was well and truly stunned, Yukatake focused the lightning a little, directing the unleashed storm energies toward where the Espada had fallen. It was only vaguely directed at him, but it was no more than he needed. The lightning homed in on the core of his power, drawn to his strength like a moth to the flame. The pain he had felt before was nothing. Stark's entire body felt like it was on fire, and he could see nothing, feel nothing except the burn. He was vaguely aware of his body twisting and jerking, spasming under the unending electrical assault. He would scream, except his jaws were locked in a cramp. He was being pounded into the ground, tons of rubble toppling over him, and the only thing keeping him from being buried was the lightning coming down on him, sending gravel and rubble flying. He could only let out a pained groan from a dry, aching throat as the lightning ravaged his body. Jushiro looked down on the ruined landscape beneath him, hoping dearly that no human being had been caught up in this calamity. If they were, they would be dead by now. He was breathing heavily, feeling the drain of the lightning. Even so, he maintained the attack for as long as he could, because at no point did he delude himself into thinking this would be enough. He could only hope the Primero would be left vulnerable enough. The attack ended, and tons of pulverized asphalt and gravel collapsed in over Starkey. He was deep underground now, enveloped in darkness. His body still twitched, but he was finally in control of himself again. Letting out a frustrated cry, he shoved the dirt on top of him aside, and started digging his way out. It didn't take much, it was only matter, after all. There was a spray of dirt, and Starkey's hand grasped onto the side of a pavement, heaving himself up to ground level. He felt nauseated, shaken, and a little impressed. It had been a long time since anyone had made him feel this way. Then he looked up and saw the silhouette of Kuriko Shunsui, blades out. Starkey reacted as quickly as his dulled, tired senses could, bringing a gun to bear, but Kuriko had been ready. As Starkey raised a hand to aim a gun, the blade bit into his wrist, severing the hand. Before the limb had landed on the ground, Kuriko had struck again just as Starkey was rising to his feet, 2 vertical slashes cutting deep into his chest. Starkey staggered back and the captain pushed the attack, shoving both blades forward in an elegant thrust. Starkey's eyes widened as they both cut into his chest, running through his steely hide. Determinedly, his blades slowing as they cut into Starkey's resilient form, Kuriko pushed until both blades had run halfway through the Primero. No. It couldn't end like that. He wouldn't let it. There was stillness. The pale moon of Hueco-Mundo's infinite desert shone down on the lifeless landscape, casting shadows where the dunes rose high. From one such shadow, the beast looked out. He had dug himself a burrow, where he had stayed for. It was impossible to say. Time had lost meaning to him a long time ago. He wished he knew when. He had slept for a long time. Most hollows would avoid a deep sleep out of fear that they would be caught unawares, but the beast couldn't have cared less. He was too old, too strong, and too weary to be worried. He had slept, awoken, and gone back to sleep until his mind refused to sleep anymore. At least when he slept he could dream, and in his dreams he was not alone anymore. He stared into the distance. With his senses, he could feel every life form within 100 miles if he really tried, if he lay still long enough and just focused. These deserts were so much more alive than anyone would guess, and all that life avoided him like the plague. It made sense. The law of the hollow was to avoid those stronger than oneself, and the beast had never met anyone stronger than him. He had walked to the palace of Hueco-Mundo once, to see if perhaps he could serve under the king. Anything to cure the loneliness. But, whatever his hopes of camaraderie had been, they had quickly been dashed. King Barragan had found his presence intolerable, and although he lacked the power to defeat the beast in combat, the king had still made it clear that the beast was not welcome there. His presence made others think that he should be king and not Barragan, because such was the way of the hollow. So the beast had been exiled, alone again. That had been ages ago. He couldn't be sure how long, exactly, it had been, but he was sure it had been a very long time ago. It was a distant memory now. At first when he sensed the stranger coming, he felt sure he was imagining things. A being headed towards him, directly and with purpose? A Shinigami, at that? He had to be dreaming still. But, everything was much too clear, and in the long time he had spent looking forward to his sleep the beast had learned to tell the difference very clearly between what was real and what wasn't. The Shinigami was real, and they were coming. They were strong, too, strong enough to stand up to the beast's raw power. As he waited for them, the beast thought about lunging at them, charging at them and striking them down. It was what hollows were supposed to do. But, why would he? Right now, the company of even a Shinigami would be like a bomb to the soul. Their kind hated his kind, they were sworn enemies, but everyone else had rejected him. Perhaps he could incite the Shinigami to speak before they drew their blade and attacked. He watched from the shadow of the dune, his eyes glimmering in the dark. The Shinigami walked up close, stopping only 10 yards or so away. Courteously, he bowed. He had brown hair, an air of confidence about him. "Are you the one they call the beast?" asked the Shinigami politely. Curiously, the beast shifted from where he lay, a gigantic, clawed paw reaching out from the dark. A long snout poked out from the shade, sniffing at the Shinigami. Rows of sharp, white teeth, each one as long as the Shinigami's forearm, could be seen in his mouth. Despite this, despite the immense power thrumming from his core, the Shinigami remained perfectly calm. "Who asks?" rumbled the beast. "Aizen Saushik. You speak as if that name should mean something to me." The Shinigami smiled. "I imagine very little means anything to you. But, surely you must have a name other than Beast? That is not a moniker many would choose willingly." The beast stared at him in silence for a good, long while before pulling back into the dark. "Coyote Stark. That is the name I have given myself." "An apt name," said the Shinigami, seeming amused. "Have you come here to die?" asked Stark. "Do you desire to take my life?" "Not particularly," Stark admitted. "I hunted not long ago. My belly is well filled." "I assumed as much." "Neither do I desire your life, Coyote Stark. Then what brings you here? What would you ask of me?" Stark felt intrigued. He had met Shinigami before. They had always screamed in terror before he killed them. This new arrival was totally different. Stark supposed he would eventually have to kill the man. The Shinigami was probably waiting for him to lower his guard before he struck. Then Stark would kill him, and that would be that. Regardless, he would make the most of this, and remember this fondly. "It is not what I ask of you," said the Shinigami confidently, "but what you would ask of me." Now Stark's curiosity was well piqued. "Explain. What could you possibly offer me? I am the greatest of my kind. What can a mouse offer a dragon? The one thing the dragon lacks." "What do I lack, Shinigami?" "I will make you this offer. In time, a good long while from now, I will have need of an army made of the strongest this realm has to offer, and I would have you become my champion. You would serve me unquestioningly, and obey my every command. You will call me Lord and Master." Stark had not had cause to laugh for as long as he could remember, but a dry rasp still left his throat. "And why would I bend knee to you, Shinigami?" "Because I will use my sorcery to transform you. You will be given a human form, and your power will be contained and kept sealed up, to be used only at your command. You will become Arrancar, and not only that, but a kind never before seen. Better. Stronger. More effective. And, once transformed, nobody would ever need to fear being near you again." Stark paused, deep in thought. "You understand what I lack, then. But, tell me, Shinigami, how do I know this is not another trick on your part?" "Words are easy. That is why I will teach you one thing today, one thing to hold on to whether you accept or not." "What would that be?" "How to create a companion. A part of your flesh and blood, but with a mind of its own. A friend who would not fear you or run from you, nor fall apart from your strength." The huge form in the shade shrunk down, and not long after, a wild-haired man in rags stepped out to meet Aizen. "Do me this one favor, and we can talk," said Stark, giving Aizen a deep stare. "If you can grant my wish, then I will call your lord and master. I have no need of my freedom." "Then we have an agreement," said Aizen, smiling. He was a menacing creature, but Stark did not care. Loneliness, to be rid of it at last, was worth any price. The gun dropped from the primero's hand, clattering against the ground. Shunsui kept a close eye on the espada, preparing to twist the blades in the wound. There was no such thing as overkill with an enemy like this. It looked good, though. Stark had almost gone limp, barely standing up. His posture was slumping, his head hanging down, and it looked as if he had finally been wounded in a way he couldn't just shrug off. Shunsui pulled one of his blades free, aiming a heavy slash at the espada's neck. He could see it happening as he swung the blade, the sensation of it cutting into muscle, sinew, and bone. But, his vision was abruptly cut short. Stark, who had been all but completely limp until now, suddenly tensed up. In an instant his good arm shot up and caught the blade as it came in, stopping the cut before it could take his head. The edge cut into his palm, and blood seeped down his wrist as he held the blade firm. Shunsui tried to wrench the blade free, but Stark gripped it firmly. His one visible eye glowed faintly, and his spiritual core was suddenly overflowing with power. "I had hoped to save this for your old man," Stark said, his voice deep and guttural. Before Shunsui's eyes the eye patch on his face burst, revealing 2 yellowing eyes. Stark's features were growing more bestial. Fur started to grow over his skin, and his face elongated. His body grew, expanded. His hair turned into a shaggy, black-gray mane. His lost hand grew back, and in place of the human, pink-skinned limb was a thick, furred, clawed member. Before Shunsui's eyes, a semi-humanoid monster with lupin features took shape, 5 times as tall as a man. Stark stood there as a beast with long, gangly limbs and a thin, almost skeletal appearance, his ribs plainly visible through the skin on his sides. His head was wolf-like. Huge teeth filled his maw. Thick, elaborate antlers adorned his skull, stretching out twice the width of his shoulders. A huge mane of shaggy hair hung over his chest and shoulders, and the claws on his hands and feet looked very, very sharp. He looked like a starved dog, like some sort of nightmarish man-wolf. Shunsui watched the wounds he had given the monster disappear, either healed entirely or concealed by the fur. He steeled himself, raising his blades. The sheer power radiating from the monster was overwhelming, and even he, a senior captain, had trouble enduring it. What sort of beast had Aizen been hiding? From above a storm of lightning showered the beast, and Stark let out a furious roar, sending a chill down Shunsui's spine. Yucatec was up there, and even from here Shunsui could tell he was running out of steam. "Over here, you big bastard!" Shunsui cried, leaping at the monster with both blades raised. He had to find some sort of opening, use his own bankai. An offhand swipe from the monster caught him in the side, sending him flying into a wall. Bricks shattered as he impacted, and Shunsui collapsed to the ground. As he scrambled to his feet, he saw the huge monster leaping toward Yucatec, ignoring him entirely. Lightning rained down on the beast mercilessly, millions of volts racking its body with the kind of brutal punishment that could have evaporated a legion of hollows, but the monster did not stop. Unlike before, the lightning did not seem to slow him down, and he endured the electricity with a frustrated growl. He lunged, arm raised out, and Yucatec tried to parry, tried to move away. Too slow. Perhaps it was his illness, or perhaps he hadn't expected such brutal speed, but Shunsui could only watch as the monster's clawed hand struck home. 3 fingers ran Yucatec through, and the captain went limp in his grip. The lightning faded, and Shunsui could sense the bankai dissipating. Not satisfied, the monster flung Yucatec off his claws, down to the ground, bringing his massive foot down where the captain had fallen. Blood sprayed from under its claws. "No!" Shunsui cried, running toward the monster with both blades raised. The shock of seeing his lifelong friend fall, crushed in a moment, was too much. In the moment he forgot all about strategy, trying only to reach Yucatec. The beast met him in a leap forward, a clawed arm raking at Shunsui. He twisted himself out of the way, sliding over and past the massive arm. As he went, he let his blade rake against the beast's side, landing nimbly on his feet. As soon as he landed he twisted around, both blades hacking into the monster's calves. But, although Stark was gargantuan, he was neither slow nor dull. Shunsui's blades bit into flesh and drew blood, but the beast danced around to meet the new attack almost immediately, clawed arms raking at the captain with fast, powerful swings. Shunsui evaded the first and parried the second, needing both of his blades to meet a single strike. The overwhelming force sent him flying, and his world went white for a second as he slammed into a pile of rubble, bouncing painfully onto the ruined pavement. Shunsui moved along with the fall, rolling to his feet, but he only got up to one knee before the monster struck again. Blades up just barely in time, Shunsui parried but was thrown like a ragdoll. He could feel his bones crying in protest as he slammed into a wall, even his Shinigami physique could only take so much. It was the speed. The monster wasn't just insanely powerful, but fast. He seemed to have no weaknesses to exploit. If Shunsui could only get his blades started, activate his bankai. These jumbled thoughts leapt through his mind as he tumbled, but he would never get the chance. Somehow he managed to roll to his feet, his blades expertly deflecting a furious blow, but before he could regain his bearings the monster's second arm came in, spearing him through the gut. Shunsui's eyes widened and he let out a pained gurgle as two claws ran him through. He was pushed up against a wall, which crumbled easily by the sheer force of Stark's claws. With contemptuous ease, Shunsui was thrown aside onto the ruined street. Before all went black, he saw the monster coming at him once more. It took just one step to catch up. Stark, eyes glowing with animalistic bloodlust, raised a hand to finish it once and for all. This had been interesting, but with his full power unleashed there was no stopping him, not even for the likes of Kyoraku Shunsui. But before his hand could come down, a blue streak slammed into his face. Then his shoulder, his arms, his legs, peppering him with a million blows at his every weak point. More surprised than hurt, Stark reeled back. In front of Kyoraku, a woman appeared. She wore all black, and had dark skin and purple hair. "Shihoin Yoriyuki," Stark rumbled. "So, you already know my name, huh?" said the woman. She sounded confident, carrying herself with the posture of a seasoned warrior, but he smelled the fear on her. She knew what she was up against. "If you intervene, you will die, too." It was not a threat, but a statement of fact. Even now, Stark didn't especially want to kill anyone he didn't have to. The two star pupils of Yamamoto had gotten him worked up, but beyond what was asked of him he had no interest in conflict. This was her one chance to back down. Well, we all gotta go sometime. Well, if she wanted to be a hero, then that was her choice. So be it. She was the one to take the initiative, rushing forward once more. Her fists crackled with electric energy, and she dashed at him, punching out at blinding speed. Massive blasts of lightning arced out as she dashed back and forth, always out of his grasp. Her blows stung, but little more than that. Stark lashed out with his hands, but even he could not seem to keep up. The lithe, quick woman was every bit as fast as Aizen's records had said. As she sailed over one of his sweeping blows with ease again, Stark decided to change strategy. She wasn't his target anyway. Ignoring the attacks, enduring the lightning strikes with grit teeth, he stepped toward Kyoraku. His stride was shaken by her attacks, and he nearly lost his balance after a particularly vicious blow to his knee joint, but he did not relent. Suddenly Yoriyuki broke off, and Stark lunged only to catch a massive roundhouse kick to the side of his face. Finally losing his balance, he slammed into a building nearby as he staggered. The building evaporated from the sheer, raw power of his form, and he quickly recovered. As he snapped his head around to find her, he saw Yoriyuki was gone and with her, Kyoraku. He looked toward where Yukatake had fallen, and there she was, Kyoraku slung over her shoulder and in the process of picking up the other captain. Stark growled and leaped, giving chase. Yoriyuki dashed away, carrying both captains. It took her only a second to become a distant spot in his field of vision, but Stark had her scent. He leaped, almost instantly closing the gap with long, powerful strides. Yoriyuki cursed. Alone, she could easily have outrun this monster, but carrying not one but two captains slowed her down pretty badly. He was right on her tail, too, and as she cast a glance back she saw his massive, fanged jaw snapping at her. She dashed sharply to the left, kicking off the side of a building and going lower toward the ground, hoping to find a place to hide. Stark simply smashed right through the building in his path like it was never there, not even slowing down. She could dash and zigzag, twist, and turn, but he never seemed to lose track of her. She could only hope the two captains she was carrying weren't dying in her arms from the constant twists and turns she had to make. Inevitably, she slipped up. A bestial hand lashed out at her, glancing against her shoulder. The claw raking against her shoulder hurt, but worse was how she spun out of control, careening toward the ground. She managed to right herself at the last second, her knees screaming in pain as she impacted with the street. She looked up and Stark was looming over her. Right now, she could either let go and run, or die. She could save herself, or die along with them. The decision was clear, obvious, any basic stealth corps operative would have known what to do. One alive is better than none. Yet for all that, Yoriyuki still held on to them, not really knowing why. She struggled up to her feet, ignoring the pain, ignoring the monstrous espada rearing its arm up for a final strike, and tried to get up and run again. She could see the claws of his arm coming closer and closer and grit her teeth, refusing to stop. Everyone had to go sometime. Only at the very last second was her stubbornness rewarded. A wall of fire erupted between her and the monster, burning with sudden and tremendous ferocity. Starkey reeled back, arms raised against the blazing flames. Feeling the heat almost crackle her skin, she looked around to see him, the old man. Walking down the avenue, blade drawn, was Yamamoto Shigekuni Genryusai, the captain commander of the Gotei. Relief washed over her, and Yoriyuki's knees buckled at last, more from fear and adrenaline than stress or pain. "Shihoin Yoriyuki," rumbled the commander, "are you fit?" "He only nicked me," Yoriyuki said, nodding wide-eyed. The captain commander shed his coat, dropping it to the street like it were nothing and assuming a combat stance. "Then care for them as best you can. Know that you have earned my gratitude this day. For now, I will deal with this creature." The fires parted as Yamamoto walked toward Starkey, and Yoriyuki felt a hint of the raw power emanating from his form. Although controlled, it was like a blazing inferno more than rivaling the uncontrolled force of the beast in front of them. As Yamamoto came closer, Starkey lashed out with a clawed hand. Without flinching, Yamamoto held still until the hand almost hit him. Then, moving with unexpected speed, his arm lashed out, catching the massive hand by the wrist. Effortlessly he held it there, giving the monster an unimpressed glare. He spat at the ground and stabbed Ryujinjaka into the dirt, his Ryutsu starting to rise. Starkey tried to pull back his hand, but the old man kept his grip. He gave the arm a tug, and as Starkey nearly toppled over he lunged forward, slamming both his fists right into the beast's chest. Starkey let out a surprised, breathless grunt and staggered back several steps before falling onto his back. Yoriyuki was a master martial artist, and there was not much left to know about hand-to-hand combat that she had not learned, but even she felt deeply impressed not just by the sheer force behind his punch, but the precision. As the monster fell, Yamamoto wrenched free his blade and walked toward Starkey at a leisurely, confident pace. Starkey was already getting to his feet, but before he could recover, Yamamoto swung his blade. A torrent of fire lashed out from it, striking Starkey straight in the chest. His fur caught fire, and the blast forced him back toward the ruined ground Yoriyuki had just escaped. Time and time again, the beast was forced back after a timely lash of power. Yoriyuki understood. When the captain commander let loose, anyone could die just by being within 100 feet of him, or more. Quickly, she went to work trying to stabilize the two beaten captains. Starkey growled, a deep, guttural, and angry sound. This was power, true power of a kind he had never felt before. Something equal to him. Slowly pushing himself up to a standing position amidst a ruined square, long deserted and totally devastated, he patted out the fires on his fur. "Are you finally ready to truly fight me, old man?" he growled. The fire so far had been intense, but he knew it was nothing compared to what the captain commander was capable of. "So, you are Aizen's trump card, then," said Yamamoto gruffly. His stern gaze was impressive, almost frightening when backed by his ferocious power. "You could say that," Starkey said, flexing his claws. "I owe him a debt. Today I will repay it." "You make a mockery of honor, Hollow," said Yamamoto sternly, raising his blade high. "You live as a tool and you will die as a tool. So long as I serve my purpose." "Oomph," Yamamoto snorted. A wave of raw spiritual energy pulsated from him as he tapped into his reserves, and his blade blazed a fiery orange. Starkey could feel the heat from where he stood, and his lips curled into a cold sneer. Time to find out if there actually was somebody stronger than he. The beast lunged, arms stretched out for a massive, clawed strike. Yamamoto met his charge, the two of them clashing midair. Starkey clawed at him, but Yamamoto made for a small target, and a massive blow slammed Starkey in the chest. Howling out in pain he reeled back, and Yamamoto continued his assault, hammering down one massive blow after another. The ground turned a deep black where he walked, the concrete under his feet cracking under the heat. Starkey's hide, the thickest armor any Hollow had ever had, barely held up. He could feel every strike sear his skin, and he felt like he was being cooked alive. Despite his massive height, standing almost 3 times as tall as the old man, he couldn't seem to break his stride. Snarling out in frustration, he caught one sword blow with his arm, white-hot pain erupting through his limb as the superheated blade ground against it. As he parried the blow, his jaws shot forward, aiming for the old man's head. Yamamoto twisted out of the way, but not far enough. Long, sharp teeth sunk into his shoulder and Starkey bit, ignoring the stinging pain of the blade against his arm. Yamamoto was quick to respond, his free hand making a fist that slammed into Starkey's head. Every strike made the beast's head ring, and he could feel teeth cracking as the old man swung one heavy blow after another, but he stubbornly held on and shook his head, teeth digging deep into the old man's flesh. Yamamoto grunted in pain and put down his blade, grabbing Starkey's jaws firmly, one in each hand. Slowly, inexorably, against all reason, he pried open the beast's mouth. Starkey felt a little shocked. These teeth could rip through mountains. They were an inescapable death trap. Yet with his hands alone, enduring the pain like it were nothing, this Shinigami was undoing Starkey's grip. Yamamoto did not let go. Holding on to Starkey's lower jaw, he yanked hard. Starkey nearly fell over, having to brace his arms against the ground to avoid falling. A vicious fist slammed into his throat, and he let out a surprised cough. 2 strong arms wrapped around his snout, forcefully closing his jaws, and Starkey suddenly found himself lifted up by the head, body, and all. Before he had time to flail about or break free, Yamamoto had fallen on his back, slamming Starkey into the ground with him. Yamamoto stood up, one hand holding Starkey by the throat. Blood was seeping down his shiakusho, but he didn't seem to notice it. With his sword arm he grabbed his weapon from the ground, angling it to the base of Starkey's neck and thrusting forward. Feeling the intense heat, Starkey yelped and slapped the blade aside. The stab went aside, thrusting into his shoulder instead. The tip burned through his tough, furry hide and slid several inches inward. The Captain Commander grunted with exertion, and the flames of his blade intensified. Feeling as if caught in the middle of a malicious, living inferno, Starkey yelped and lashed out with his free hand. He had to do something, now, or he would be slowly burned alive. His claws found purchase, whether by luck or instinct, and drew blood in Yamamoto's side. The Captain Commander wrenched free his blade, clutching the wound as he took a step back. Breathing heavily, Starkey stood up again. Blood was dripping down Yamamoto's chest, but the old man seemed completely unaffected. He took a step forward and broke into a charge, before Starkey could react. He parried the first blow only barely, suddenly pushed back by a furious set of swings. Each hit home like a hammer blow, great gouts of fire spraying around them with each strike. Starkey lashed out with one arm while he parried with the other, but the old man jumped over the strike with a smooth agility that belied his age. Grasping the blade in both hands, Yamamoto came down with a heavy overhead strike. Starkey pulled back, but the strike raked over his chest, opening a gash. It did not have time to bleed, cauterized immediately by the heat. Starkey staggered back. Eyes narrowing, he let out a throaty growl. He was faster than this. He would not let this Shinigami dictate the pace. Taking a step back from the next swing, he slammed a fist down onto the ground, which shook and shattered under the impact. Yamamoto was momentarily put off balance, and Starkey thrust his claws forward. The old man caught the swing in a quick parry, but Starkey shoved him to the side, forcing him to lose balance on the loose, rocky ground. Yamamoto fell, rolling with the blow. A massive, clawed fist slammed into him before he could do more than get up to one knee. The Captain Commander caught the fist in his hand, sinking a few inches into the ground from the impact, his aging muscles straining against the raw power. He raised his blade for a strike in return, but Starkey's other hand had already reached around, clawing him across the back. Yamamoto let out a pained grunt as they bit deep into his flesh. But, rather than get taken aback or reel from the attack, Yamamoto twisted the fist aside, jumping up toward Starkey. An underhand swing slammed into the Primero's chest, and a grand shower of fire washed over the espada as the commander hit home. The shock of the impact made Starkey stumble back, tumbling and falling onto his back. As savage as his cut had been, it hadn't even made the Captain Commander break his stride. As he looked up to the sky, thrown to the ground, he saw the Shinigami coming down on him, leaping toward him with his blade aimed down, Ryujinjaka blazing brightly. Stark quickly raised his arms in a cross to block, and the commander reversed the grip on his blade, swinging hard across Stark's arms. A storm of dust and smoke was kicked up as Stark was pushed deep into the ground, a crater forming where he lay. He felt his arms almost fracture as the blow connected, and the fiery pain of his flesh charred by the heat of these flames. Yamamoto landed smoothly on the ground, dashing forward with his blade held low, in both hands, and Stark only barely had time to roll out of the fresh hole he'd made. The blade came down, and a fiery shockwave impacted. Stark, lifted off the ground, was sent bouncing across the ground. He quickly rolled to his feet, shaking his head to gather his thoughts. This was unbelievable power. He was being handled like a ragdoll. Stark. The Captain Commander's power only seemed to grow as he walked toward the Espada, and Stark realized that he was only the second strongest being in the spiritual world. The old man looked like death itself, inevitable and ruthlessly determined, with a grim expression on his face. Yet even in the face of such a titan, such an overwhelming force, Stark did not feel afraid. He had lived a long, lonely life, too long, and too lonely. He had never been suicidal, but had never been very attached to life either. Aizen fulfilled his promise. He gave me control of my power. He took away my loneliness. He gave me everything he promised and more, and, in the end, my life was better for it. Worth living. Win or lose, he was not going to stop until he had nothing left to give. He would maul this Shinigami, leave a mark that lasted. Stark got to his feet, ignoring the pain of the burns, and let out a loud roar. The sheer force of the sound cracked the earth around him, dust and debris kicked up 100 yards in front of him. Flexing his claws, he charged. He leaped through the air, his left arm held up to block and his right held high to strike. Yamamoto leaped to meet him, and they clashed mid-air with a violent impact. Yamamoto's blade came in for a wide swing, targeting the right arm as it came in. Blade met flesh, and there was a fiery explosion. Immediately Stark thrust his left arm forward, aiming to catch Yamamoto in the gut, but the Shinigami twisted out of the way, his free hand catching Stark's arm by the wrist. The two of them sailed through the air, locked in a deadly struggle. With his arms pinned, Stark lunged forward with his jaws, but Yamamoto had anticipated the move. He kicked forward, his foot slamming into the underside of Stark's jaw. The Espada's head was shot backward, and the force of it was enough to change their momentum, the two falling backward now. Yamamoto twisted his blade to the side and cut right across the beast's chest. Stark, stunned by the blow to his head, could not bring his arm up to block in time. The sword bit into his flesh and the Espada tumbled to the ground, Yamamoto landing on his chest, already bringing up a hand for another blow. However shocking and painful the blow had been, Stark still had the presence of mind not to let another land, and he brought up a clawed hand to swipe at the Captain Commander. The Shinigami vaulted off of Stark's chest, the swing going wide. Slowly, Stark pushed himself to his feet. There was a gouge in his chest, burnt almost to ash, running from his ribcage down to his gut. He couldn't remember the last time he had taken a wound like this. Curiously, he stared down at the Shinigami. Yamamoto returned the stare, looking as determined as ever. "How long can you keep this up, Espada?" It was a sincere question, Stark sensed. For better or for worse, he decided to answer honestly. "Until I am dead. I will not yield for as long as I can move a muscle, Shinigami. I will serve my purpose." "So be it," said Yamamoto gruffly. "I have had enough of this combat." His power grew greater still, eclipsing Stark's entirely, and he raised a hand, flipping the position of his blade so that it pointed downward. Then he stabbed it down, the blade going halfway into the ground. "Enetsu Jigoku," he rumbled, and a pillar or fire erupted where Stark stood, fire enveloping him completely. Stark cried out in pain, the very oxygen in his lungs catching fire. He was being seared, every inch of his being eaten away. He was dying, he was sure of it now. He leaped forward, but the pillar of fire followed wherever he went. He could feel his skin slowly turning to ash, his muscles starting to burn, his entire being assailed from every possible angle until he would eventually unravel. Letting out a pained, furious roar, Stark charged the Captain Commander, swinging wildly at him. The old man parried his strikes, jumping back to avoid coming too close. The fire, it seemed, could hurt him, too. With this in mind, Stark went into a tackle, trying to pin the Captain Commander down. The blade came down as the beast charged, severing his right arm by the elbow joint. The limb fell to the ground, but Stark barely noticed over the all-consuming pain of being burned alive. Like a blunt instrument he slammed into Yamamoto, but the captain twisted out of the way, refusing to get pinned down. The heat seared the old man's skin, but he thrust a hand forward and a powerful ray of lightning shot from it. The blast surprised Stark, whose frenzied charge was momentarily halted. Kidu. Of course the old bastard knew Kidu. Knowing his time was running short, he renewed his attack. He would hurt him. He would wound him. He would make sure that when the Captain Commander faced Aizen, he would be weak and weary. But as Stark stampeded forward, the commander dashed to the side. The Primero suddenly collapsed face first into the ground as his right leg gave out, severed by the knee. He hadn't even noticed it happening. An arm and a leg short, Stark still propped himself up, leaping lamely toward the Captain Commander. Ryujinjaka's edge met his clawed strike, and a powerful blast of fire knocked Stark back. All the while, the fire ate through his muscles, down to his very bone. And just like that, Stark had nothing left to give. He felt his form flicker, too weak to be maintained against the overwhelming fire burning him. Slowly, he shrunk down to his human-sized form, and with a final burst of power he pushed the flames away for a moment. "Please, Shinigami," Stark wheezed, knowing the fire surrounding him would not let up, would collapse in on him at any moment. "Give me just one moment. I have no strength left." "You ask for mercy, Espada," rumbled Yamamoto, and it seemed plain that he had none to give. "Will you beg? Will your life end in indignity?" "Not for me," Stark said, feeling his skin start to crack under the heat, "but for the one thing I have left. One who deserves to live on after me." It was a desperate plea. He fully expected the Shinigami to watch him burn until oblivion. Yet, suddenly the fire relented, gone in an instant. Stark found himself sitting on the ground, staring down Yamamoto's blade. He was still missing an arm and a leg, just barely sitting up. The sword was pointed at his neck. It was clear there would be no escape. But still. "Thank you," Stark said earnestly, a peaceful expression on his face. He closed his eyes and focused, ignoring the pain of his wounds. His spiritual energy was all but drained, and it took effort to make it happen, but what was left of his power did follow his will, even if it wasn't easy. The smoke that surrounded him, seeping off him from his burn injuries, suddenly seemed to take shape. It turned white, rather than an ugly gray, and with a last infusion of power it took shape. Arms, legs, a head, and in an instant the smoke turned into the form of an Aaron car. Sitting there with a surprised look on her face, as if she had fallen on her rear, was Lilinat. Her eyes teared up, looking at his burnt and beaten form. "What are you doing, you big idiot?" she said weakly. "It's my time to go," said Stark weakly, smiling at her, "but not yours." "Don't say that. Don't leave me alone. There is a life out there worth living for you if you look, Lilinat, if you only go looking for it." "Me? I've done my part. I wanted to just do one last good thing before I went." "It isn't good," Lilinat cried, weeping openly. "Stark, no. Don't dash." "Lilinat, I am weak," Stark said, cutting her off. The smile never left his face, somber and sober. "I can't remember the last time I felt weak. I literally cannot. I've always been too strong for my own good. But now it's all been eaten away. I've finally faced something too strong to tear down. It feels peaceful. All this power lifted from my shoulders. I've lived too long as it is, but you haven't. There's no saving me, but I can save you." He turned up to Yamamoto, a pleading look in his eye. "Please, spare her. She is no threat to anyone." Yamamoto gave a scrutinizing look, then nodded. "This is goodbye, Lilinat," said Stark calmly. It's been good having you by my side. No. She whimpered. No, you can't leave. We've always been together. Stark shook his head ruefully, and looked up to Yamamoto. And? I know I may be asking too much, but don't let her see it. No. Lilinette screamed, getting to her feet. She rushed Yamamoto, impotently batting her fists at his muscular frame. You can't do it. She screamed. You can't. I won't let you dash. Yamamoto's hand rose up, and Stark raised his arm, crying out. No, please. The backhand struck Lilinette firmly, and she went flying, tumbling across the ruined battleground. She will sleep for a while, but she will live, said Yamamoto. There was a hint of sympathy in the old man's voice. Stark nodded, relieved. So be it. You have my thanks, Captain Commander. I am ready if you are. Yamamoto raised his blade, and Stark did not flinch when it rushed at him. He closed his eyes, remembering. The eternal night sky of Hueco Mundo seemed brighter, somehow. The Shinigami had taken a pound of his flesh somehow, extracting a great deal of spiritual essence. Stark had taken part of the sorcery, continually infusing more of his own near-limitless energy to keep the little bundle of flesh alive. Before his eyes, blood, meat, and bone had turned into something else. Bones had formed a skeleton, and muscles and organs had formed around it. Skin had grown over it, and it was taking the form of a little girl. She was small of stature, and her power was just a fraction of his own. Insanely powerful compared to any normal hollow, but quite weak compared to him. Why isn't it dying? Asked Stark curiously. I can understand you surviving my presence, but this little thing. I have snuffed out stronger things than this without coming close. Firstly, it is a she, not an it, said the Shinigami, smiling proudly, and secondly, I have used a method based on the research of a unique item. She is attuned to your power. Her spiritual signature is identical to yours. The raw strength that you exude flows over her harmlessly, because it is a part of her to begin with. You would have to try to hurt her deliberately to change that. I had no idea Shinigami were capable of such sorcery. They aren't, said Aizen firmly. I alone command this power. It is a unique invention. Stark nodded. Although it had come from him, this was almost like creating life itself. For all his strength, he could never have dreamed of such a thing. The girl stirred, letting out a groan. I think she is awake, said the Shinigami. I created her with a mind equal to your own. She will be able to talk to you and keep you company, but it will take her some time to grow and understand. You must be careful and considerate toward her. Stark nodded, an overwhelming feeling filling his heart as he watched her sit up for the first time, opening her eyes, staring at him. She was covered in a thin film of blood, sticking to her lithe form. She gave him a strange look and slowly, figuring out the words for the first time, she spoke. Who am I? Stark felt shaken, wondrous emotions he had long since forgotten washing over him. A new life, one he would have to care for and watch over. A companion. Somebody who would depend on him. Somebody he would have to teach about everything one needed to know in the wastes. Lilinette, he said, his voice trembling. Your name is Lilinette. Lily, Net. She spoke the word, as if tasting it. Lilinette. I am. Lilinette. I am Coyote Stark, said Stark softly, kneeling in front of her, gently placing his hands on her shoulders, and you are Lilinette. Lilinette Gingerbuck. Lilinette. Gingerbuck. Coyote Stark. He nodded, overwhelmed. Just like that, yes. He turned his face to the Shinigami. On his knees, he was looking up at the man, and somehow he felt at home this way. And I can keep her whether I say yes or no. Of course, said Aizen courteously. This is a gift. All I ask is that you consider my offer. I can take away your loneliness forever if you let me. This scheme of yours, it is not ready yet. Not yet, no. Then come find me when it is. I will have an answer for you then. Aizen nodded. I look forward to it. Take good care of her. She is an Aaron Carr just like you, but she is not unkillable. You must protect her. Starkey nodded gratefully. I will. The blade cut into the base of Starkey's neck, running a foot in. He let out an empty gurgle, but he had no time to suffer. A second later fire enveloped him, and Starkey's form was reduced to ash. As oblivion took him, Starkey finally knew peace. Yamamoto stared down at the pile of ash, slowly spreading across the ground with the wind. He felt odd. This hollow was unlike any Yamamoto had ever fought. He had wanted to die. Yamamoto grimaced. His wounds pained him. The beast had taken its pound of flesh in the process. Such monstrous power was unlike anything he had ever seen. The blows he had rained down on the monster would have shattered almost anything, but Starkey had endured it over and over. He could have released his Bankai, but then the defense of Karakura would have meant nothing. The whole town might have been consumed in the inferno. He looked at the childlike Arrancar, lying unconscious. Perhaps it was foolish of him to keep his word, but he had no intention of ending its life. She was small, weak, and defenseless, and he had better things to do. It was at that moment that it happened. There was a tremor, a low rumble. A wave of colossal power surged out across all of Karakura, emanating from the sky. Aizen. The force it exuded was great, but sophisticated. This was the signature of a spell finally executed. Yamamoto felt his heart skip a beat as he realized what had happened. The ritual was complete. Aizen's design had been realized. They had failed. Chapter 113, The Rise and Fall of Aizen Sosuke. It was beautiful. The king's key, a radiant thing, fully realized before his eyes. To see it manifest as a physical thing was stunning, even to him. 1,000 times he had run through the simulations, the complex data matrix that went into a spell as complex as this, and he had thought he had a good idea of what it would be like. What he looked at now was exactly as he had expected, but at the same time so much more. It was not a literal key, of course. It looked more like an ankh, surprisingly simple in its design. It glowed a light blue, emanating the raw energy of 10,000 rich human souls, stably contained within its shape. Aizen reached out to touch it, and for the first time since forever, he felt a sense of awe. He had always known he was brilliant, but to see it realized like this was vindication for every hardship he had endured, every indignity, every frustrating, slow-moving scheme he had committed to. It was validation of the superiority of his designs. It was victory. The Shinigami had thrown all they had at him and failed. They had tried to stop him and it had been futile. Progress would stop for nobody, and with this thing Aizen would build a new world according to his will. Aizen ran a finger across its length, fascinated. It was cool to the touch, surprisingly so. He would have expected it to be warm, like iron picked from a smithy. Aizen smiled, as genuinely as he ever had. He had come so very far, so much further than he had once expected. What's your name? The boy was nothing special, just one of innumerable others lost in the Rukon. Scrawny and with brown hair, Taku wouldn't have thought for a second he was anything special. Except, he had just made himself useful. Saushik. Saushik what? Just Saushik, said the boy, shrugging. Never had another name. Do I need one more? Nah, said Taku, shrugging. Most people don't. Second names are for knobs, anyway. Knobs. Rich assholes, Taku clarified. Oh. Look, you just did a number on that ganger. I never thought a squirt like you would have the guts to do something like that. I might have been a goner now if you hadn't knocked him in the head with that rock. Anyone teach you how to do that? It only made sense, Saushik said, shrugging. He wasn't looking at me at all. All I had to do was figure out where I had to hit. The kid was a bit strange. He didn't even seem upset or pumped up, like just about anyone would be. But, he had just saved Taku's skin, and that was worth something. Come on, kid, said Taku. I'll introduce you to my crew. Better running with other people than going at it alone, yeah. It's safer, Sosuke agreed. It was a small gang, if it could even be called that. Taku was the eldest and by default the leader, but Saushik wondered if that was right. He talked a lot, more than what made sense. But, the others listened to him, the quiet Rina, the stubborn Koibu, the jittery Moto. Being the youngest, Sosuke didn't have much pull over anyone, not until he had proven his worth. And, proven it, he had. Why'd you kill him? Moto was freaking out, pointing agitatedly at the still twitching body on the ground. A pool of blood poured from his head, where Aizen had hit him. He was going to run back to his crew and tell on us. It only made sense. We have to protect each other, said Saushik. What do you think will happen when his gang finds out? Snapped Koibu. Yeah, Saushik, what the fuck? Taku snarled. They're going to kill us all when they find out. They're not going to find out. Nobody's around, and nobody saw me do it. How's that help? Said Taku angrily. Boss Komu is after what little we have. I couldn't let him take it. We'd starve. Better starving tomorrow than dying today. If you'll only listen, said Saushik, irritation seeping through his tone of voice, I can fix this. How? Demanded Taku. Boss Komu has been having beef with Boss Duga. Everyone knows that. We dumped this body near Duga's territory, and they'll think it was him. That would start a gang war, said Rina, shocked. I know, said Aizen. It's two birds in one stone. Boss Komu won't care about us for a while, and if we're lucky he runs his gang into the ground. We'll take what's left over. Saushik, that's kinda messed up, said Taku hesitantly. But, it works. Let's do it. You can't be serious. Said Koibu angrily. You wanna live off scraps your entire life? It's dog eat dog out here. Saushik's right. We'll take what's left when they're done fighting. Saushik smiled. They had listened. And, when they listened to him, things were going to go well. It's just that, they didn't seem to understand why things were going so well. Wasn't it obvious? He'd have to work on that. He was a young man now, and he had real power. He could make his Reishi bend to his will when he tried. Some of the local elders had called it Ryotsu, and suggested he should join the Shinigami. Saushik wasn't sure about that yet. He could make little lights and make the grass bend with a gust of wind, and sometimes he had strange dreams about a world of mirrors, but the real power was in leadership. Taku had long since given up his position of relative leadership, letting Saushik do what he was naturally fit to do. Their group had swelled, and they were now the most important gang in the area. And, unlike the ruthless cutthroats they had outcompeted, Aizen ruled justly. He had taken a chaotic, lawless district and set up a stable rule. People would come to him to resolve conflicts. Thugs would avoid doing their dirty deeds in broad daylight because they feared his retribution. That, Saushik decided, was a far greater calling than just refining one's spiritual force. Leadership. Making things better. He had come to understand that he was exceptional. He saw things clearly that others didn't. Things that should be obvious were clouded, to them. When he had deposed the previous gang leaders and united those who had seen his talents, it had seemed so obvious how to pull it off, but nobody had managed it until he came along. Saushik was brilliant, and others were not. It was lonely and a little painful sometimes, but that was reality. He took solace and comfort in the good work he did for the community. He would be like a good shepherd to them, leading them where they could not lead themselves. Because they couldn't lead themselves. That much was painfully obvious. There had to be smarter people out there somewhere, perhaps in the Godii where they did have peace and order already, but out here he was alone. But, even with the peace and prosperity he had accomplished, they still didn't understand. Like now, when he had to work through another tiring argument. He loved his friends, but somehow he could not find it in him to respect them. Not like his equals. You went behind our back to talk to the crow's feet. Said Taku, infuriated. What about it? Said Saushik. Inwardly he sighed, but he kept his composure. One had to talk them into the right space of mind to make them go along. Just saying the truth didn't work. He had learned that years ago. We're supposed to rule together, right? Said Koibu. And, now you're talking to the biggest gang of another district without even asking us. We've been over this, said Saushik with an exasperated smile. I always make the right calls for all of us, don't I? Every time I've had this discussion, every time you question me, it still works out. Have a little faith, will you? It's not about that, said Taku irritably. If you don't keep us in the loop, then what does that make us? Your henchmen? You said we were supposed to be partners in this. He had said that. Saushik composed himself. They're like children, he reminded himself. They can't help that they don't see. Be patient. Sometimes you have to act when you see an opportunity. I saw one of their underbosses in a bar, and I approached him. I managed to convince him to negotiate. I didn't exactly have time to ask for your opinions. That was a lie. He had been communicating back and forth for weeks to make this deal happen. And, it had to happen, so anything he had to say would make it worth it. Well, said Rina, if you're sure. Can we trust them? I already set up a plan, said Saushik confidently. Let's hear it, then, said Taku. In 2 weeks, we'll help assassinate their boss. Underboss Motoka will replace him, and he sees things our way. He'll establish trade with us, and dash. Assassinate. Taku exploded. Saushik, we're not murderers, Moto said angrily. We are when we have to be. You know your hands aren't clean, said Saushik bluntly. We've all done what we have to do. That was because we had to. Because we were defending what was ours. Said Taku furiously. Tell me one thing, said Saushik. We restored peace here. Everything is better. People aren't being killed every day. There's peace and stability. Is that not true? Sure, said Taku, but Saushik cut him off. And yet, every region around us is the way it was before we came here. How long before some gang decides to band together and take us down? And, why should we just sit here contentedly and do nothing while every one of our neighbors suffer? Every day, hundreds go hungry. Dozens die. We can make a difference, and all it costs is one life. One life, for hundreds of others saved. Does even one of you think that isn't worth it? What's the plan? Said Rina quietly. The long-term one. Saushik smiled. We set up an alliance with the Crow's Feet. Then we slowly replace their underbosses with our own, and merge our gangs. Together, we'll be the strongest force in the entire district. We'll set up our own laws if we need to. We'll create a better world right here and now, where people can trade safely without fear. All of that is within our grasp, if you listen to me. You're reaching, said Taku stubbornly. You're biting off more than you can chew, and it'll burn you. I mean, said Koiba hesitantly, if anyone can do it, it'd be Saushik, right? One life, said Moto, just the one, right? Of course, said Saushik. He knew it would cost many lives before it was done. Dozens, maybe hundreds. He'd have to ease them into that. But, when he was finished, the district would be at peace and thousands that would have died otherwise would be alive and safe. He'd be the hero they needed, and if he had to put up with this constant questioning of his plans that always worked, then so be it. It worked. Of course it did. It worked, because Aizen had a sense for what would work and what wouldn't. He found sensible, like-minded people who could be trusted to not make a complete mess of things, made them his underlings, and made sure they were completely loyal. Those who weren't quietly disappeared, found dead where people would notice. The message was understood, and soon every local criminal had fallen in line. Within a few years the entire region listened to his words. A little empire grew out of the slums he had grown up in, and where once he had been a street rat nobody looked twice at it. With rags for clothes, he now wore the best the district had to offer, and everyone looked up to him. His friends were lieutenants now, having more power and wealth than they could have ever dreamed of in this meager existence. In this, Aizen felt fully validated, and the complaints and questioning he'd had to endure thus far were finally worth it. His friends no longer complained, at least not openly, and that was good enough. He had gotten everyone to see things his way, and it had worked. The dreams intensified as his power grew, too. But, it wasn't his increasing strength, or the fact that Shinigami recruiters were taking an interest, that drove him to leave his first home. If he could bring order out of chaos in such a lawless slum, imagine how much good he could do if he made a career as a Shinigami. With that kind of power, he could bring order to a dozen districts, to 100. He could bring peace and prosperity to all. He could even make some improvements to the Godai itself. "Look at you," said Rina proudly, brushing a piece of lint from his jacket. "You're going to be a Shinigami, Saushik. You'll show them all." "It's Aizen, now," said Saushik. "Aizen Saushik. Can't go to a place like that without having two names." "It's a bit too fancy for me," said Taku, "but whatever floats your boat, man." Aizen turned to look at him. "I'm counting on you all to keep things running smoothly while I'm gone. If anything goes wrong, let me know. But, for now, I entrust you with this." "We'll do our best," said Koibu, nodding approvingly. "You can count on us, Aizen. We might not be as smart as you, but we know enough to at least keep the peace." "I know you do," said Aizen, smiling back at him. The Godai turned out to be easy. Much easier than he'd anticipated. Aizen passed every class in the academy effortlessly, barely having to study at all. It frustrated him, having to prove again and again that he could do what he was so obviously already good at. He took up extracurricular studies just to keep himself stimulated. Kita theory was the first thing that really fascinated him, the complex mechanics of the subject finally giving him something to chew on. He mastered it relatively quickly, of course, but it was something compared to his classes. He was alone, of course, most seemed to resent him. He was used to it at this point. Everyone seemed intimidated by his intelligence, his skill. It did not take long for him to move up. After a few years of service, he was already a 10th seat, a commander of men with a commendable record of success. The only thing Aizen found significant about this period of his life was the greater scope of the world it gained him. Realizing just how large the Soul Society was, how much power the Godai wielded, and just how far he could go if he tried. A few districts. It had not taken him long to realize he had thought too small. He should be in charge of so much more. He would make captain one day, he was sure, and then he would explore just how much influence that could buy him. In the meantime, he kept a close eye on his old territory, making frequent visits. To his relief, his old friends seemed to have made good on their word, keeping the peace and stability he had worked for. A few fires had to be put out, and it was clear to him it could never go fully unsupervised, but on the whole, what he had built remained in place. Then, one day, it all came crashing down. "It's bullshit, man." Aizen stared at Taku, a door of iron bars separating them. He had been thrown in there with the rest of Aizen's friends, along with a few other lieutenants. The list of charges ran long. Sedition, conspiracy to commit murder, down to the outright absurd, like loitering. Who didn't loiter in the Rukon? Of course, many of the charges were true. One didn't make a lawless place lawful without cracking a few heads. But, the law of the Godai had made no attempt at their territory for as long as Aizen had lived. It was absurd. "Calm down," said Aizen. "I need you to tell me what happened." "It was this nobleman," said Koiba woefully. "Tatsumai Roku, his name was. Apparently he owns land near our territory. I think he just decided we were getting a bit too uppity." "How is our territory holding up?" asked Aizen. "You know how it is," said Taku, shrugging. "Unless there's somebody there to keep things running, it'll fall apart." "Everything we built," said Aizen, paling at the thought. "Look, you need to get us out of here," said Taku. "You're a big-shot officer now, right? There has to be something you can do. I can't just pull a string and have you released. I'll talk to my captain. He's a good man. Reasonable. He likes me. When I explain it to him, I'm sure he can help." "Aizen, what the hell are you talking about?" Aizen had explained. He had politely barged into the captain's office, used all the right words, and gotten him to listen. He had explained in detail the case. He had been listened to, and until now he had thought it was going well. "Clan Tatsumai is making a grave mistake. I was hoping you could mediate. The Tatsumis are rich, and it would be a huge hassle to get involved. And, For what? Springing some rook on criminals. Captain Toyotomi had until this point held some degree of respect in Aizen's eyes, if not for his intellect then for his experience and leadership. He was measured, calm, and sensible, and always thought twice before issuing a command. He listened to his subordinates, but never hesitated to make a decision. These were good qualities. Aizen had even learned from them. But now, confronted with a really complex problem political in nature, all of his care seemed to have vanished. "They're not criminals," said Aizen calmly, a hint of urgency in his voice. "They're my friends." "You ask why?" "Because without them, there would be chaos. They keep their area in check. There is less crime with them around. There is peace. I would be very careful about associating yourself with gutter trash, Aizen," said Toyotomi firmly. "In fact, I question your judgment just for asking this of me. Sir, I showed you the list of charges. They're ridiculous. There's no way they'd even have had the time to commit that many crimes. I mean, cannibalism? Heresy? I think some of the charges do not even exist in the penal code." "Aizen," said Toyotomi firmly, in a tone that brooked no disagreement, "Tatsumai is the head of a clan. They usually get what they want. If you get in their way, you'll end up squashed. You're bright and you have a good future ahead of you, which is why I'm telling you to let this go." "How can I? This is unjust, Captain. These are my friends. Take it up with the man himself. This is not my fight. I tried. His guards wouldn't let me near him. I've sought an audience several times, but nothing works. No surprise there. Noblemen are pretty full of themselves," said Toyotomi, shrugging. "Sir, you could make a difference," said Aizen, the calm dropping from his voice. "Thousands of people would be dropped into chaos if this happens. Hundreds will die. Everything we worked toward will be gone. All I'm asking is that you put in a good word." "Drop it," said the captain, a hint of anger in his voice. "I am not sticking my neck out for some random Rukonga criminals, friends of yours or no. I can't afford to make an enemy of nobility. But Aizen, leave. That is an order. I'm not going to reprimand you, in light of these circumstances, but I'm not helping you." Aizen felt a void of helplessness as the door was slammed shut in his face. He had tried, and nothing. He was there to watch them hang. A jeering crowd threw rotten fruit at them as they were marched up to the executioner's stand, hands tied behind their backs. Nooses were put around their necks, and Aizen saw them stare at him as the executioner made ready. He wanted to charge in and cut them free. He should have. But, what could he do? He, too, would be a criminal. He, too, would be hunted down. He would have accomplished nothing. He stared at them as they stared at him, right until the lever was pulled. It was over in an instant, and something died in Aizen that day. Tatsumai Roku sipped on sweet wine as he reclined in a chair. He was in a good mood. Those filthy, uneducated peasant criminals had been dealt with. They had dared to rise above their station, to threaten his lands, and they had been served justice. The thought of it gave him a thrill. Let's see what the next uppity commoner would dare to try after an example like this. It was at that point the lamp he used for light went out, leaving the room in the gloom of the evening light. Roku was about to call for a servant to relight it when he saw it. A man in a Shinigami's uniform, standing in a corner of his room. Had he used some sort of spell? Roku knew he hadn't been there a second ago. "Guards!" he snarled. "Guards, come here at once. Remove this impudent commoner." Roku stood up, indignantly wagging a finger at the Shinigami. "I don't know who you think you are," he hissed, "but you are sorely mistaken if you think that uniform allows you to trespass on my property. Guards! Guards! They can't hear you." The Shinigami was quiet, soft-spoken, but something about his voice sent a chill down Roku's spine. "They'll be here any moment, and then I'll have you flogged," spat Roku, worriedly listening for the sound of approaching footsteps. None were heard just yet. "I figured out my blade's power," said the Shinigami. "It is very useful. Right now, your guards cannot hear a thing, and will not unless I allow them. Get out." snarled Roku. I command you, get out. Why did you do it? Asked the Shinigami, not at all fazed by the nobleman's command. Do what? The 4 people you had executed. Why? You know damn well why. They were criminals. Hundreds of people will die. The order they built up that we built up will crumble. What we built was peace and stability, and you had that undone. Who cares? Spat Roku. Thousands die every day. Nobody cares or remembers. What's 5 more lives? The Shinigami took a deep breath and sighed. I tried to negotiate. I tried the peaceful solution. All I ever wanted was to talk, to work this out. We were not about to take anything from you. All I wanted was order. Stability. But, you had them killed for, what? Your vanity's sake. Guards! Shouted Roku, starting to feel afraid now. The Shinigami took a step forward. I tried talking to my captain. I tried to do the just thing, to work with the law. I see my mistake now. The law is just a tool for men like you to use and abuse to get what you want. There can be no justice, not for as long as there are men like you. As he spoke, he walked closer. Roku stumbled, backing up against the wall. Don't come any closer. He shouted angrily, his voice shaking. I am warning you. The Shinigami pulled his blade from its scabbard. You dare! Shrieked Roku. You dare? You will hang just like your friends. You will never get away with this. That's just the thing, said the Shinigami, a sudden intensity to his voice. I will. Nobody will ever know who did this. In fact, right now people will swear I am doing paperwork back at the division. You impudent little dash. The Shinigami surged forward, and his blade ran right through the nobleman's neck, expertly severing spine from skull. He slumped over, quite dead. Slowly, the Shinigami wiped his blade clean of blood and sheathed it, walking out of the manor unseen. Aizen sat down under a tree, breathing heavily with his face in his hands. He had never killed before, had never dirted his hands like this. He had ordered deaths, but he had never done the deed himself. It had been, beneath him, somehow. It had been so easy. His Zanpakuto had allowed him to go unnoticed, in and out. There would no doubt be suspicion cast on him, but he would have a rock-solid alibi, thanks to the powers of his blade. No justice. He realized it now. The law was divorced from justice entirely, and if he wanted a just world, he would have to build it, himself. The Godai only had the facade of law and order. For all its Polish, it was just another gang. Older, more powerful, and more established, but still just a gang, kowtowing to rich men like Tatsumai Roku. It would be up to him to change that. He didn't stop trying. Aizen did not jump straight from disillusionment to revolution. Mostly because he didn't really conceive of a way forward quite that radical yet. He knew the system was irredeemable, but some part of him still held on to hope. So, he lobbied the Central 46, writing essays and proposals on easy, manageable ways of improving the system itself. They all came back ignored. Sometimes, Aizen wondered if they were even read. He tried at first to make his ideas more palatable. He used more conservative language, and toned down his proposals. He tried to compromise, even though it hurt to do so. Maybe one step at a time, over time, he could come closer to the society he wanted. He had centuries, after all. It could take decades if it needed to, but if he could only make some change happen. He finally realized his delusion when his captain censured him. He was demoted several seats, and told in no uncertain terms to stop bothering those wiser and older. Who did he think he was, telling them how to run society? Didn't he know how much they had accomplished, and how hard they could make his life? How hard they made life for his captain just because Aizen wouldn't shut up. That was when Aizen Saushik finally lost all respect for his captain. He had tried it their way. He really had. He had believed his intellect would be capable of solving the problem ahead, but the Godai was an obstinate beast. Unlike his friends, it couldn't be made to listen to reason. Slowly, he stopped agitating and arguing. And, just like that, his career picked up again. When he had only learned to shut up and fall in line, seemingly he was allowed to do as he pleased. It sickened him. The system allowed him to enrich himself, to gain power and influence in exchange for serving as the military arm of the system, but it didn't allow him to enrich others. He could help himself, but not others. Who made a society like that? Where the few lorded over the many, where poverty was the norm for most and a rich, fat elite kept all the spoils for themselves. Finally, having had enough, Aizen started playing into the system ruthlessly. He used his Zanpakuta's incredible power to advance himself, always keeping its true nature secret. He climbed the ladder ruthlessly, eliminating anyone in the way of his ascension. And, as the years passed, a plan started to form. He would climb, but not too quickly. He would make sure not to be seen as a prodigy. He would watch and learn, and earn his place. He would not say another word in favor of the poor and repressed, and let his past be seen as a young, foolish idealist's notions, tempered by reality. Slowly, the vision came into being. A plan. He would become captain eventually, and on his way there he would find out the Godai's weaknesses, so that he could bring it crashing down. He would find information about every captain and vice-captain in the Godai, so that he would know how best to kill them. He would find allies, misfits who were displeased just like he was, whether toward these cruel elites or just resentful and bitter. Anyone who would side with him would make a good tool. The turning point came to him one day, almost 20 years after he had murdered that vile nobleman. His plans were grand enough that they would necessitate violence at one point, but the Godai was mighty. No matter how powerful any individual might be, one could never hope to take them on alone. An army required an army to match, and Aizen struggled with that idea, until one day he ran into a chance encounter at 12th Division. He had delivered a few files of hollow blood at the request of a scholar there. Anything to build relationships, to increase his power and influence. At the time, Aizen had thought it foolish. What use were such things? Hollow blood was hard enough to capture, since they tended to evaporate when killed. It had required an elaborate spell of stasis to make work, but the researcher had offered good pay. "I'm curious," said Aizen, just as he was about to leave the man's messy office. "What is the point of these things? Hollows are but monsters to slay." "That's what everyone thinks," said the scholar, "but I've lived long enough to see something else in them." "Something?" His voice lowered, and Aizen was curious now. "What?" "You can rely on my absolute discretion, of course." "There is power there," said the scholar with the held-back enthusiasm of a man eager to talk, but knowing he shouldn't. "Vitality. They not only possess a molecular structure stronger on average than ours, and an extraordinary resilience and recovery, but they manifest unique abilities in some cases at least equivalent to that of a Zanpakuto, all without having to form an elaborate, disciplined bond with a spirit. Such power and sophistication, drawn entirely from intuition. This much is known," said Aizen, concealing his impatience. He did not share this petty researcher's fixation on knowledge for its own sake. What use was something that did not serve a greater end? "I can tell that doesn't impress you," the scholar said with a smirk, "but if my hypothesis is correct, this power could be synthesized. Hypothetically, with enough time and information, you could recreate it in a lab." That was something else. Aizen's sudden fascination had to have shown, because the scholar continued. "We're nowhere near that, of course. Hollows as a category have been largely overlooked except with regards for how to kill them more effectively, or how to counter their abilities. But, it's not as if their biology is mystical any more than ours is. We know how to do great things through medical keto. We can regrow limbs, with sufficient time. If we can develop that sophisticated a method within one field, why couldn't we do the same for a hollow?" "To what end?" said Aizen cautiously. "Well, in theory, perhaps to understand what aspects of their biology could be useful to a Shinigami. If you were to, and I am speaking purely hypothetically, here, of course, find some way to couple the regenerative abilities of a hollow with that of a Shinigami, you would produce a superior breed of soldier. Or, perhaps to learn to control them. You speak of combining traits between two species. I would never want to actually go that far, of course," said the scholar hastily. "That would be deemed heretical, and deeply unethical, to boot. It would require an ocean of blood if you were to actually go through with it. But, the idea is fascinating, is it not? Absolutely, said Eisen, with an earnestness he had not shown for a long time now. Yes. Fascinating. This could actually be done. With enough data, certainly, said the scholar, shrugging. I can only try to peer into holobiology a little. It would require a lifetime of study, not to mention full approval by your superiors. It's not likely to happen, but I honestly believe there is a gold mine of information to find, if we ever get past such a hurdle. Are there any other insights you could reach? I've heard of the process of Aaron-charization some rare hollows undergo. It sounds somewhat blasphemous, the idea of a hollow gaining a Zanpakuto of their own. Do you think this could be understood, too? I don't see why not, said the scholar, shrugging. Our processes are well understood, and so could theirs be. In theory, if you understood the process, and had a sufficiently developed processing spell, you could devolve that sort of transformation, reverting the hollow to its original, weaker state. Or, transform an already existing hollow into an Aaron car. With enough power and understanding, yes. Although, I have no idea why anyone would want to create more of those monsters. Of course not. We're both speaking hypothetically, said Eisen reassuringly. Of course. I'll leave you to your fascinating research, then, said Eisen. Somewhat uneasily, the scholar nodded, returning to his studies. Eisen's mind was aflame when he left. Hollow and Shinigami, combined? A new breed of hybrids? A legion of hollows with their powers advanced, dwarfing that of the Godei's army? It wouldn't take too much. It would take many decades of study, sure, but if he had a few dozen of these, if he found especially powerful hollows and found a way to control them, then he would be unstoppable. He would have the power to truly overcome his enemies. Eisen threw himself into the study. After copying everything the scholar had produced, after learning everything already known about the hollows such as they were, he started his own research, conducted in secret. For years he worked away in secret, paying only enough attention to his career that he could advance himself as he had planned. There, in underground laboratories, the first of the victims were sacrificed for the sake of greater understanding. Eisen gave their lives willingly, knowing their sacrifice would pave the way for a greater tomorrow. And so, in secret, through an ocean of blood, Eisen started to unlock the dark mysteries the Godei had been too cowardly to find out themselves. Kaname clutched his blade. His first and only friend had carried it until her death. On impulse he had taken it from her before she had been buried. It had bonded with him, he had been the only one in the academy not needing to have one assigned to him. He had studied hard and graduated, seeking to follow her example. The path of least bloodshed, the path of mercy, the way that protected the weak and stood up to the strong. These were ideals he held very, very firmly. But, sometimes, he felt like nobody else did. He had petitioned the Central 46 for justice over her murder, but nothing had happened. The sheer injustice of him had slowly driven him toward madness. Her killer walked at large. Everyone knew of his guilt. Yet, the law had protected him, sheltered him from consequences. Mercy. Compassion. These were such simple, obvious beliefs to have. Nobody sane would disagree with them. Yet, when push came to shove, when it really mattered, justice turned a blind eye. So it was that on this evening, Tuan Kaname walked toward the abode of the man responsible, not quite knowing what he would do. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Sharply, Kaname turned around. Although he could not see, he sensed the man perfectly. Powerful for his station. Calm, collected. Spiritual energy running like clockwork, collected and stable. Pardon me. I know what is on your mind. I have seen your desires, too, Tuan Kaname. They are written quite plain if you look. Who are you to think you know me? Demanded Kaname. I am Eisen Saushik. I know you, said Kaname, his brows furrowing. You're in 5th Division, aren't you? I am. This is none of your business. I am looking out for you. What do you expect will happen when you get there? When you find the man who murdered she who was so precious to you? I will make him admit his sins. You don't really believe that. You might lie to yourself, but in your heart you already know what you have decided to do. And, what is that? You may find me presumptuous, said Eisen smoothly. After all, who am I to speak as if I know you? But, the truth is I do know you, because I am you. I, too, have cried out for justice and found none. I, too, was castigated by a system that protects the wicked and punishes the righteous for being principled. If that is true, said Kaname suspiciously, his guard up, then you understand why justice must be done. One way or the other. But, is it worth your life? Whether you are sent to jail or executed, your life will be over. Is justice really worth the ultimate price? Yes, said Kaname flatly. That's admirable, said Eisen, but wouldn't you rather not lose your life? How can you serve justice if you are dead to the world? I'd rather die than let this go unpunished. Spat Kaname, surprised at the intensity in his voice. I've sensed him walking around free, laughing, as if he had any right. After what he did I will find no peace in life without dash. He trailed off, and shook his head. This is what will happen, said Eisen matter-of-factly. You will be seen. The Stealth Corps will investigate the murder of a ranking officer, they will find evidence of your presence there, and you will be jailed. You will lose all your power. Everyone you could have saved in the future will suffer for it. Don't try to talk me out of this, 5th Division. You misunderstand. Did I not say I, too, feel the same? The unjust must be punished. Justice is dead, and we must create it for ourselves in this wretched society. I do not understand. If you do not wish to dissuade me, what is it you want from me? We are alike, you and I, said Eisen smoothly. We've both felt the same things. The same anger, the same desire for peace and mercy, the same frustration when it never happens because of how the corrupt rule us. Doesn't it just drive you mad? Doesn't it make you wish for a better tomorrow? One where murderers are punished, and the weak protected from the strong. Of course, said Kaname weakly, but what is there to do? I am but one man. All I can do is find justice in one instance. I cannot change the courts. I cannot undo nobility. That's where you're wrong. The statement was simple, decisive, and firm, and something about it made Kaname pause. There was conviction there, like the officer knew something he didn't. What if I told you of a world where nobility is dead, and the courts are remade with men of justice, beholden not to noblemen but to the people? A world where we have just rulers. What if I told you this could become reality? I would do anything to see such a world happen, said Kaname, but how can I see it as anything but a dream? What you speak of is utopia. It is not. And, I will prove it to you. How? Tonight, I will grant you the justice you seek, and you will come away unblemished. People will see us speaking as we are now, and walking back in the opposite direction of that man's home. Nobody will suspect a thing. How? Kiddu? What spell could possibly be so strong? If I do this for you, if I make your justice happen, will you believe? Will you hope, as I do? If you can, I will believe you, sure, said Kaname, shrugging. He no longer cared. Let this fool talk big all he wanted. He was tired, too tired of losing, tired enough to not care whether he lived or died. Then I will escort you. Just so long as you do not interfere. The man fell to his knees with a gurgle. Kaname had run his blade through down to the hilt and twisted it, taking him entirely by surprise. Somehow, he hadn't even noticed them approaching until they were right on top of him. He slumped over on the floor, dying, and Kaname took a few deep breaths. He could feel the man's life draining away. He could sense his panic, his fear. Kaname had just taken a life, without warning, and without mercy. This had been murder. It had also been justice. Sensing his life slowly wither away, Kaname felt a cold anger. He felt right. Her death was avenged. Justice had been served. He had no regrets about this. Do as you will, he said, turning to Eisen. Report me, or whatever else you see fit. I am through. I will come see you tomorrow, said Eisen. Then, we'll talk about hope. The next day passed in a blur. The news of the murder was all across the divisions. Can-Aim had expected that before long he would be arrested. Somebody would have seen him. He had not made a secret of it. Any time now, an agent of the force would bring him in for questioning, and then it would be over. Noon passed. Evening passed. The whole day passed, and not so much as the hint of the law. Eventually Can-Aim became curious, and asked his colleagues about the murder. Had anyone seen anything? Were there any suspects? Had anyone been arrested? He was shocked to find out that apparently, the best efforts of the stealth force had left them in the dark. It was as if a ghost had killed him. Nobody had seen or heard anything. People were being questioned, but they had found nothing yet. This mystified Can-Aim. His victim had not lived alone. He had had many neighbors, officers like himself who would have been able to sense the change in Riot Suit, who would have heard him coming, seen him leave. Yet, nothing. Eisen. What had he done? That night, as Can-Aim's shift ended, the man himself appeared as if on cue. Can-Aim followed him into a side street and, after making sure they were alone, turned to speak. What did you do? My blade possesses power unlike any other. It affords me total control of all the 5 senses of anyone who lays eyes on it, perfect hypnosis, so to speak. Everyone who walked in our path was convinced they were alone. Can-Aim was baffled, his mouth opening wide. What sort of med power was that? Now, continued Eisen, you are still a person of interest. You had a motive to kill him. Fortunately, you were seen walking back to your barracks with me. I will vouch for you. The only question is, what will you do when they come asking? Will you surrender yourself to them? Will that be justice? No, said Can-Aim in disbelief, shaking his head. No, it would not. Justice? If the law had been just, I would not have needed to do it in the first place. And, you do not wish to die? No. So, you will lie to them, because it is necessary. Why should you do any less? It's not as if they've earned being treated with respect and honor. I suppose I will, said Can-Aim. He hadn't thought that far. Now do you believe? Said Eisen. Now do you see what I mean? With such a power, empires can be toppled. I am just one man, as are you, but together, we can change this wretched world. How? What would you have me do? Pledge yourself to my cause. Follow me, and do whatever is necessary to find justice. What you ask is, how would you even get there? I am glad you asked. You see. And so, Eisen laid bare his plans. There was no reason not to. Tuan had his hesitations, but he leaned into every word Eisen had to give him. All Eisen had to do was emphasize the justice part, and bake it into the need to do whatever was necessary. He would need capable accomplices if his scheme were to succeed. Tuan, blinded by idealism, anger, and vindictiveness, made the ideal candidate. He was powerful, was talented, and had a malleable mind. He would be molded like clay, and when Eisen was done, he would have an invaluable ally. Tuan walked into Eisen's office. A vice captain now, Eisen had his own space to conduct his business in, and being surrounded by people who had seen his blades shikai, he could speak freely. Nobody walking past would hear a thing. What's the situation? Said Eisen calmly. There is good news and bad news, Tuan said levelly. Tell me, said Eisen sharply. A lot was at stake here, and although he could make almost anything disappear, the best way to avoid detection was to never have suspicion cast on him in the first place. Urahara Kisuk has escaped. How? Eisen demanded. Shiho Yoriyuki interrupted the proceedings, broke his bonds, and fled the Soul Society with Urahara in tow. With the master of the Stealth Corps and her former subordinate on the run, it is unlikely we will find them unless they want to be found. And, the good news. The good news is that escaping justice has thoroughly incriminated them both. They are both currently being charged with high treason in absentia. It won't take much to control the narrative. In fact, the narrative has written itself in our favor already. There is no evidence to incriminate us, and plenty of evidence to incriminate them. Eisen nodded. This was a solid point. Still, perhaps we should plant some evidence in his labs just to make sure. Make sure all blame is placed on him and him alone, with no loose ends. Already taken care of, said Tuan. I took the liberty of placing copies of some of your research, the parts that did not pan out, in his desk before the stealth corps got there. Excellent, said Eisen, impressed. You weren't seen. Tuan shook his head. I made sure of it. Quick and quiet. I had my excuses prepared, but thankfully none were needed. The case against Urahara Kisuk, traitor and med scientist, will be airtight. Our work will continue uninterrupted. Excellent work, Kaname, said Eisen, pleased. And, the subjects? It seems they remained catatonic. Unfortunately, from what I could tell, it seems like they were taken by Urahara before he escaped. Eisen frowned. That was certainly irritating. Although he could certainly draw a lot of conclusions from how this experiment turned out, detailed data would have been invaluable. All of them. I cannot be sure at this time. The stealth corps runs tight security. We can find out, of course, but I sensed unease about them. I believe all of them are gone. What could he possibly gain from this? Eisen muttered, thinking out loud. The experiments were failures. They were degenerating into hollowness quickly. Does he seek to copy my research? Should we try to hunt them down, sir? Eisen pondered the thought for a second, then shook his head. No. Like you said, they won't be easy to find to begin with, and neither of them really poses a threat. Their credibility is ruined, and although individually powerful, neither of them could stand up to the Godii at large, and neither of them is unaffected by my blade. If they resurface, we'll see about eliminating them, but for now I believe we can safely ignore them. As you say, sir. I hear some apprehension in your voice, Kaname. Do you doubt this course of action? Not as such, sir. Please, speak up, said Eisen encouragingly. You know I always welcome your feedback, Kaname. It is not so much about Urahara Kisuk, but the fact that the Godii just lost 6 captains and 4 vice-captains. Our research is vital, but it drew attention it shouldn't have. This will not be traced back to us, but it has caused an unprecedented amount of chaos. A great strain will be placed on all higher-ranking officers until the investigation is closed out. I understand the benefit of using such exceptional subjects, but everything runs more smoothly when no stir is made. And, Urahara Kisuk proves that some people are able to suss out that something is not quite right. Urahara is exceptional. Regardless, you're not wrong. Going forward, we will conduct our research covertly. Still, all in all, this affair has not turned out poorly. We have gained valuable knowledge for our research, we have weakened the Godii, which in the long run will work to our advantage, and we are one step closer to our ultimate goal. Before long, within a year, at most, we will both be named captains. Already. A little sooner than anticipated, but they will be starving for good officers after this disaster. We will have a little less time to ourselves, but more influence in exchange. And the matrix you intended to create. I have the end in mind. With a bit more work, yes, Kaname, everything is working out smoothly. Just as we planned all along. Just be patient, and work as we always have. A captain, said Tuan thoughtfully. The thought is intriguing. I feel both disgusted and proud. It is natural to appreciate recognition of one's abilities. Just so long as we both remember what it truly means to be a captain. To serve injustice, and to protect the powerful from retribution. Exactly, said Eisen. He had trained Tuan well. Over the years, the man had become almost fanatically immersed in the ideals Eisen had fed him. Yes, thought Eisen, reclining in his chair, everything is going just as planned. Eisen felt a sense of euphoria as he seized the Hujiaku, sensing the thousands of souls wrenched from their owners' bodies, one by one charging the artifact with its power. 2 centuries worth of planning, patience, and diligence had finally paid off. He had sacrificed so many pawns, thwarted so many fools hell-bent on stopping him, and all of it was finally coming to fruition. Within moments, the Hujiaku would be complete, and nobody could stop it. He had won. Then he sensed a massive source of power coming awake, blazing brightly. Far down on the ground he saw the old man, Yamamoto Shijikuni Genryusai finally stepping into the fray. Aizen smiled. The old man had been cautious, too cautious. He had gambled without fully understanding the risks, and now he paid for it. As the key started to take shape in his hands, Aizen stared down at Yamamoto from above. The captain commander was rising, a furious look on his face. Aizen's heart skipped a beat. This was it. The last person capable of doing anything to stop him. He had done all he could, and there was no reason to hesitate. Today, he would take the old man's head, and usher in a new era whose light would either burn or illuminate all that it touched. Chapter 114, Conflagration. Things were quieting down somewhat. Ryukin had been up and down the stairs to the roof, spending every minute that he wasn't using to pick off hollows to direct the hospital and its sudden swell of refugees. The hospital administration had quietly retreated to a back room, effectively letting Ryukin have his day in charge of the hospital. When nobody else knew what to do, a single person who did know was all it took. Somehow, things had held together. The dedicated medical staff was taking care of the newly injured, directing the rest into whatever spaces the tightly packed hospital could offer. The nursing staff, which Ryukin had never respected more, had been essential. They were in the middle of a war zone, and in the midst of this intense pressure, his fellow medical staff had done an admirable job. Ryukin was not in the business of walking around feeling proud of others, but if he were, his heart would have been swelling at this moment. It had been over 20 minutes since he had last killed one of those man-shaped hollows, which felt like a merciful eternity compared to before. Great sources of spiritual power were still clashing closer to the city center, but they were fewer now, and weaker than before. Whatever was going on, Ryukin realized, was going to settle down soon. Staring out a window, he reflected on what had just happened. He hadn't had much time to think yet, but it struck him now that this would be an absolutely historical event, whether the world at large realized it or not. The Godai, for as little as he knew about it, had always been strict about keeping its affairs separate from the world of the living, but it had now spilled over into that space in a way that was absolutely unprecedented. He could only imagine what it would have taken to cause this. He had no love for the Shinigami, but he knew they would never have caused this deliberately. Motivation mattered little, though. Whether through ineptitude or factors out of their control, some great war of theirs had forced its way onto earthly soil, onto his hometown. He could only imagine how many people who knew nothing of ghosts, reapers, or hollows lay dead. How many families had it claimed? How many sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, mothers, and fathers had this reckless conflict claimed? How many people had gotten out of bed this morning expecting a normal day at work, only to be ruthlessly cut down by the brutality of a hollow? Ryukin made a fist. He had made a point of keeping himself out of the fray, but now his hand had been forced, and for the first time in his lifetime he questioned whether his choice had been the right one. Right now, people were dying because the Shinigami had failed to contain the one enemy they were built to fight. Right now, war was at his doorstep. At least Masaka was safe. Dr. Ishida. Ryukin turned around. It was Kimiko, one of the senior nurses, unlucky or lucky enough to have been on shift when this travesty went down. Is everything all right? Asked Ryukin. As much as you could call it all right, yes, said Kimiko. She looked shaken, but had held up admirably. He had known her for nearly 15 years now, and the woman had nerves of steel. But they had probably never been tested quite like this. The people taking shelter have been given space. We had to empty all the storage closets, the waiting rooms are filled to the brim, as are the cafeterias, and hundreds of people are crowding in the parking space behind the hospital, but we're holding up. More or less. Good, said Ryukin. He stared back out at the window for a moment, then turned back to Kimiko. It's going to quiet down soon enough. We'll probably have to work for days to clean up this mess, but the worst of it is probably over. Dr. Ishida. Yes. You know more about this than you let on. It was not a question. Ryukin just shrugged. The way you just seemed to know what was going on when nobody else did. The way this place was spared when other places weren't. There's something going on here that I don't understand. And I just wanted you to know that whatever that is, it doesn't matter to me. Whatever your secrets are, they don't matter to me. Kimiko. What you've done today is incredible, Doctor, the nurse said quietly. You pulled this place together when it was ready to break at the seams. Collapse. It's because of you that this place is still standing. And whatever is out there, hurting people, hasn't come here. And, I think that's because of you, too. Slowly, Ryukin nodded. Kimiko had always been perceptive. She had a fair amount of spirit energy, and he suspected she would probably be able to spot a soul if she saw one. There's a whole world out there, said Ryukin quietly, staring into space, a terrible, tragic world that you should be glad to never have heard of. For the moment, that world has clashed with ours. All you need to know is that right now, effectively, Karakura is a war zone. More than likely, the National Guard will have to be called in. More than likely, this will be labeled a terrorist attempt by the press, which isn't all that far from the truth but very far off the mark. Either way, it doesn't change anything for us. What we have to do is care for the wounded and give shelter to those who need it. If there's a terrible, tragic other world out there, then I'm glad I chose not to ask, said Kimiko, nodding slowly. You're right, Dr. Ishida. This doesn't change anything for us. Our job is what it is. Yes. I think this will be through soon. Within a few hours, we might be able to start sending some of the uninjured people home. When the danger has passed. Then, suddenly it happened. A strange pulse shot out across the city from a central point near the battlegrounds, almost instantaneous. It felt like white noise to Ryukin, like screeching static as it washed over him. The strange effect ripped into not his body but his soul, maliciously tugging at it, as if to sever and seize it. Without even thinking about it, Ryukin refocused his spiritual core, stabilizing it, and the sensation passed as quickly as it had come. What was that? What sort of Shinigami mischief? Doctor. Ryukin turned around to see Kimiko toppling over. He rushed to catch her, and the senior nurse fell into his arms, lifeless. A look of shock was frozen on her features. She wasn't breathing. Ryukin didn't need to check her pulse to know what had happened. Her soul, rich with spirit energy, had been wrenched from her body. She had died instantly, and nothing could change that. The body could not go on without a soul, and hers was gone. Gently, in shock from what just had happened, Ryukin set Kimiko's body down on the floor. He could feel it all around him, hundreds, thousands of souls passing from bodies of the living, rapidly moving toward the center of where that pulse had come from. Ryukin stood up, shaken to his core. He had known Kimiko for as long as he had worked at this hospital. She was more reliable to him than most of his fellow doctors. He knew her voice, her smile, her likes and dislikes, her character, and now, it was all gone. Taken in an instant by Shinigami sorcery, impossible to undo. Ryukin could kill almost any foe in pure combat, but this, who could possibly fight this? Manically, he wrenched open the door to his office and hurried out into the main halls. All around him, the scene was repeated. Most people were still alive, but a frightening amount, maybe 1 in 5, had simply dropped dead where they stood. Things were devolving into chaos. Ryukin balled his fists, taking a deep breath and suppressing a great ball of anger building in his chest. He could hurt later. Right now he had a job to do, and it had just gotten harder than ever. Ichigo stared, mouth agape. Thousands of souls were being pulled through the air, traveling at speed toward Aizen's position. Around him, Shinigami stared just as he did, not believing their eyes. He really did it. Ichigo muttered in disbelief. That rat bastard. We have failed, said Byakuya flatly, wearily standing next to the shocked teenager. Our gambit was not good enough. Don't you say that. Ichigo snarled, grabbing the nobleman by the shoulder, hard. There has to be something we can do. We have to fix this. There has to be some way to undo this. It is already done, said Byakuya weakly. The nobleman had shown some level of enthusiasm despite his injuries after finally overcoming Ulquiorra, but it was washed away now. He looked gray in the face, and his arms hung limply at his sides. Aizen has already taken what he needs. The key is being forged as we speak. A spell, once cast, cannot be unmade. It can be destroyed or countered, but not unmade. Don't tell me that. Ichigo screamed, clutching his blade so hard his knuckles whitened. This is my home, you uptight prick. He's killing my people. We were supposed to save them, so what the hell is this? The hell does this make us? There is nothing we can do at this point, said Byakuya, breathing heavily. They were both badly wounded, both barely holding up. Their battle had taken a lot out of them, and neither of them would be equipped to take on Aizen on the best of days. Oh yes there is, Ichigo hissed, staring hatefully toward the sky. Kurosake, no, Byakuya said firmly. Compose yourself. Focus on helping those who can be helped. It is too late for these poor souls. Ichigo took a step forward, not listening to a word the captain said. Byakuya put a hand on his shoulder, more to gain his attention than to hold him back. The furious teenager shrugged him off, what little spirit energy he had left flaring up. Kurosake, said Byakuya sharply, listen to me. You will get yourself killed, and then how will you have served the dead? You have a family who needs you here and now. Again he grabbed at Ichigo's shoulder, holding on to the cloth of his jacket. Ichigo flipped around, shooting him a furious look. He looked like he had words for the nobleman, but they seemed to die in his throat. Instead, he grabbed Byakuya by the arm, trying to wrench it off. Byakuya held on, gritting his teeth. His wounds made it difficult to even stand, he would not be able to hold on. You cannot help them. The captain insisted, trying his damnedest to reason with the boy. You don't know that, Ichigo shouted, throwing Byakuya's arm off him with one powerful shove. You damned fool, stand down. Byakuya snapped. Ichigo didn't listen. With one mighty jump, he heaved himself into the sky, rushing up toward Aizen. Letting out a defeated sigh, Byakuya collapsed down to his knees, staring up at the ascending substitute. He had made the mistake of treating the boy like a subordinate, as he treated everyone else, forgetting that the boy didn't listen. He had lived through the battle with Ulquiorra, only to see their mission fail, and now, it seemed, he would have to watch the young man die. What was this maddening world? Stone-facedly, Hashwalth watched it happen from a distant rooftop. He had felt the pulse go out, realizing as soon as it washed over them what it was. Malicious magic, built to sever the connection between body and soul and drag the spirit in, like fish trapped in a net. The spell was complex but seemed easy to resist for anyone with basic training in regulating the flow of one's spiritual energies. Which, of course, did not include the thousands of people with rich souls in this city. As one, the Quincy's felt it, 10,000 souls robbed in the span of no more than 2 minutes, as the pulse washed out and pulled back in. Uriah watched in shock. Hashwalth was predictably stoic, Bambietta watched with a look of disgust, Lil Tato had a look of quiet fury to her, and Menina's had a look of unbelievable sadness on her face. It's, said Uriah, unable to fully process what had just happened. They had all felt it keenly, having focused on the battle from afar, intimately tuned into the battle as it progressed. They'd felt hundreds of individual souls, painfully ripped from living bodies. They'd felt the sheer violation of it intimately and intensely, better than anyone there could have done. Unable to articulate the sheer horror of it, unable to cope, Uriah fell on all fours and vomited. He retched until there was nothing left to throw up, and then some. Through the intense nausea, he dimly noticed Menina's kneel down next to him, her hand gently rubbing over his back. Breathe, she said quietly, supportively. Just breathe, all right. Uriah nodded, and took a deep breath. The Quincy's had patched him up after his last battle, but right now he almost wished he was in as sorry a state as before. If he had been unconscious, he would not have felt this, would not have had this haunting echo of human souls dying in front of him. He tried to stand up, and found himself unable, his legs were shaking too badly. Menina slung one of his arms around her shoulders, and supported by her, he stared toward the center of the city. Against his better judgment, he sensed for what was happening. It was like watching the mother of all train wrecks, he simply could not look away. Almost hypnotized with horror, he felt it happening. Living souls, ripped apart and broken down to their basest particles, thousands of individual signatures broken down to nothing in seconds. 10,000 people, murdered to serve as fuel for the spell unfolding before his eyes. Feeling sick again, Uriah bent his head forward to retch again, but nothing came out but a small trail of gall. "Do you need to sit down?" said Meninas. "I think you should sit down." "No," Uriah said, surprised at the ferocity in his voice. Something in him revolted. He had to see this. Every last part of it. Even though he knew it was better not to, even if there was no good reason to, he had to watch. They all felt it happening together. Thousands of souls ground to metaphorical dust, reshaping into something else. A massive amount of raw power was concentrating, then suddenly became subdued and small. "He made that key you mentioned," said Lil Tato. Her voice was controlled, but there was a hard edge to it. Suddenly, Uriah turned to the rest of them. "I begged you to help," he snarled. "I begged you, and dash." Hashwalth gave him a look, cool, almost chilly. "Be careful where you lay the blame, young Uriah. Do not for a second think even one of us feels anything different from what you feel right now. But is this our fault? A Shinigami laid out this spell. The Godai had a plan to stop it, and they failed. Whose failure is this but theirs? 10,000 souls have been lost, and the responsibility for this tremendous loss rests squarely on the shoulders of Yamamoto Shigekuni Genryusai and the Godai 13. It's inhuman, said Uriah, suddenly feeling deflated, his anger gone as soon as it had come. He felt exhausted, like the weight of the world rested on his shoulders. The worst had come to pass. He had failed to defend this city, and thousands had paid the price. And there was nothing he could do to make the situation any better. "It is inhuman," Hashwalth said, nodding. "For as long as I have lived, for as many battlefields as I have witnessed, few sights compare to the horror of today." His Majesty was right, Bambietta snarled. "Fuck 'em. Fuck 'em all, those limp-dicked Shinigami assholes." "Either way, Aizen Saushik's fate is sealed," said Lil Tato. "Personally I hope he wins, so that it will be a Quincy blade that ends his life." Wearily, Uriah stared into the distance, finally slumping down on the ground. Yamamoto, he thought. Yamamoto and the Shinigami. 10,000 innocents died because you couldn't stop him. What was the point of the Shinigami if they couldn't even do what they were created to do, to protect humanity? Erza's Zanpakuto clattered against the ground. Her grip had faltered, not from weakness or injury, but from the stunning, all-encompassing horror washing over her. The ritual, complete. Aizen's scheme, finalized. 10,000 souls coursing through the sky, taken from their rightful place and used as building bricks for Aizen's new regime. A soft, whimpering sound escaped her mouth. She had given it her all. She had fought and bled for this city, tooth and nail, and it had all been for nothing. She felt a hand gently wrap around hers, and she squeezed it. Momo held onto her hand tightly, and Erza felt as if without her, she would have fallen over there and then. "That son of a bitch," Erza said weakly, under her breath. All the spirit had gone from her voice, all the anger and dedication hollowed out by the sheer magnitude of the horror she was watching. "He succeeded," Halibel said flatly, as stoic as ever. For a moment, Erza envied her the coldness, the composure, but she knew why it was there. Halibel had seen oceans of blood spilled, had probably spilled plenty of it, herself, but she was not immune to this, either. It's, said Jalal, staring up at the sky with the same exact look of abject horror as Erza. "It's exactly what you fought for," said Grimjo flatly. "Don't like it, Espada? You should be happy. Your side won. All that's left is for Aizen to kill Yamamoto, and you can reap the rewards." Not like," said Jalal weakly. "What?" said Grimjo. It was strange, his voice lacked the spiteful cheer it had before. He did not sound upset or angered, but neither did he seem to want to gloat. "You got exactly what you bargained for. For the greater good. Ain't that right? What's 10,000 souls compared to eternal peace, right? It wasn't supposed to be like this," Jalal said weakly. "Come on, Fernandez," said Grimjo with a mirthless chuckle. "Don't fucking lie to yourself. I know you make a habit of it, but you can't do it now. You knew what you got yourself into, and you decided a merciless killer like Eisen was worth following. This is the world you were fighting for. Look at it and smile. You should, right? Paradise is just around the corner, and I'm sure a stable genius like Eisen, the kinda guy who would use 10,000 people as the foundation for his new world order, is totally reliable. What, Septimo? It can't be that Bane and Espada ain't what it's cracked up to be, can it? No. Jal-Al said, shaking his head in disbelief. No, He snapped around to look at Grimjo, furious, and for a moment Erza thought he'd lunge at him. But instead, Jal-Al took a long, deep breath, and hung his head in shame. You're right, he said, his voice devoid of emotion. This is what I fought for. I knew of his plan, and I agreed. I told myself it would be worth it. That it had to be worth it. After all I went through. Jal-Al shook his head, and slowly pulled his sword from its sheath. Grimjo tensed, his hand going to the hilt of his own blade. Congratulations, Grimjo Jaeger-Jacques. You were right, and I was wrong. All this time, you, the worthless, monstrous thug, had better beliefs than I did. Fucking hell, you take the joy right out of it, Grimjo muttered, looking like a beaten dog, cowering like some sort of browbeaten filth with no pride. Can't you at least cry a little? Sorry, Jaeger-Jacques, Jal-Al said, a weak smile passing his face, but you will just have to do without. Slowly, he reversed the grip on his sword, the blade pointing upward, toward his neck. Jal-Al, Erza said sharply, suddenly snapped out of her stupor. The hollow sensation was replaced with a burning anger, welling up in her chest like a firestorm. It's true, said Jal-Al. I thought I was right, but I was not. If my beliefs are worth less than those of a murdering bastard like Grimjo, what does that make me? The lowest of the low. And, don't you forget it, Grimjo said, finally grinning. Grimjo Jaeger-Jacques, shut up. Erza snapped. Jal-Al, listen dash. Before she could say anything further, he thrust his blade up, right toward his throat. Time seemed to slow, there were screams, lowly and manoli from the sides and his other servants, too, but most of all a fiery cry of anger rumbling through her throat. She leaped, arm held out. There was a spray of red, and they both fell over in a heap. Blood trailed from Erza's hand where she had grabbed his blade, wrenching it aside. A shallow cut ran along Jal-Al's neck. He half sat there fallen on the street, Erza on top of him. You think you get to take the easy way out? She snarled, wrenching the blade from his hands and throwing it aside. You think you get to just run away from it all, because it hurts. She slapped him across the face, her blood painting half his face red. Jal-Al stared at her, stunned. Erza grabbed him by the collar, pulling him up until their faces were only an inch apart. You're a colossal failure, Jal-Al Fernandez, she hissed, but you don't get to take yourself out of the equation when you finally opened your eyes. This, she said, gesturing at the sky, where the souls were still traveling inward to Eisen, is what you have to live with. This is what you have to make right. You're going to stay alive, and you're going to make your life mean something. You're going to live and make this good, so good that this will be washed away forever. Do you hear me? But, you've seen what? Erza, look at it, he said helplessly, limp in her grip. So? Do we quit just because something is hard? You didn't come this far by making easy choices. Neither did I. It might feel impossible, she said, letting go of him and standing tall, turning her eye to the sky, to Eisen, but if there is one chance in a billion, we still try. Yes ma'am, said Jal-Al weakly. She stared up toward Eisen. One way or another, she would make him pay for this. The helplessness and horror had gone from her now, replaced with determination. She would watch him die today. The key in his hand, Eisen stared at it, enraptured. Finally, all these years of planning were done, realized, worth it. The object in his hand would let him reshape the future and bend it to his will. Looking back at his past life, all his trials and tribulations, Eisen felt a great sense of triumph. All those years of hiding, putting up with goatee-eye stagnation and ignorance, pretending to accept inferior moral values, acting as if the status quo were not rotten to the core, finally it had paid off. All that was left now was to cut down the last of his enemies and take his rightful place. Aizen Soushik. Speaking of, Yamamoto had stirred beneath, but it was the impetuous half-breed substitute that had made it to him first. Ragged and wounded, his breathing labored, the boy was even less of a threat than he otherwise would be. "You son of a bitch," the boy hissed, leveling his blade at Aizen, "you let them go. You let them go right now, you monster." "Or, what?" said Aizen amusedly. "I'll kill you. I swear to God I'll kill you if it's the last thing I do. I'll rip your throat out with my bare hands." "Let them go." Aizen chuckled. The boy's bravado was downright comical. Could you let go the bricks of a building? Could you take a brick, smash it, and just expect it to turn back to clay? "This," Aizen said, gently lifting up the key, "is made. It cannot be undone. It could be destroyed, but nothing will bring back the fuel used to make it. You're a monster." Weak, cowardly people always say that about great men with bold visions. Those who lack the strength to change the world will always be envious of those who can. "This," said Aizen, gently slipping the key inside his coat, "will be used for the greater good. 10,000 souls for an eternity of justice and equality? Only a fool would reject that trade. It is a small cost for what is to come. It is done for the greater good, and I would gladly have sacrificed 10, 100 times this." "The people whose lives you stole weren't asked," Ichigo hissed. "They won't reap the benefits. They wouldn't want to be sacrificed. You just took their lives into your own hands. What they wanted doesn't matter. This way, their lives served a far higher purpose than any of them could have in 1,000 lifetimes. If they could see what I see, they would rejoice." Ichigo, finally at his limit, let out an infuriated snarl and charged. Summoning the last of his reserves, he attacked, swinging his blade in a wide arc. Aizen could have turned him away with an illusion but chose not to. There was no need. He had already won, and the likes of Kurosaki Ichigo hardly merited the use of his Shikai. Instead, Aizen sidestepped the attack as the boy came in, easily catching the blade and letting the substitute's momentum carry him forward, past Aizen. Ichigo stumbled, and before he could turn around to attack again, Aizen raised his blade and cut him squarely across the back. Ichigo cried out in pain, sinking to his knees. Aizen placed his blade next to the boy's cheek, staring down at him from above. "That you are alive at all is entirely because of my mercy. Because there is nothing you can do to threaten me, for all your valor. You have lost. If he cannot threaten you, then perhaps you should turn your gaze to one who can." The gruff voice cut through the air with passionate intensity. The captain commander had arrived, and it seemed even his stoic facade had been shaken by what he had just seen. "Good. Yamamoto," said Aizen, looking to the old man with a smile, turning away from Ichigo. "I was wondering when you would show yourself." "Step aside, youngling," Yamamoto commanded, taking a step forward. "You may have enacted your foul ritual, but you will not live to see the fruits of your labor, that, I swear." "You won't get away with this," Aizen said mockingly. "Please. If you have any tired clichés to lay on me, now is the time to do it." "There is nothing left to say, no," said Yamamoto, hefting his mighty Ryujinjaka in one hand. His captain's Haori was gone, and through his torn Shiakusho blood seeped. Just as Aizen had planned, Starkey had taken his pound of flesh. "What you have done today is vile beyond compare, and defies description. For this, you will die. That is all that needs to be said. Then let us skip the pleasantries." "Whenever you want, old man," said Aizen, assuming a stance. This was it. The last obstacle, the great and mighty Captain Commander. After that, paradise awaited. Yamamoto flexed his neck, sizing up Aizen. Power radiated from his being, slowly building up to a greater and greater output. It had been so long since he had gone all out, so long he had almost forgotten the feeling of it. His muscles tensed, and he was only vaguely aware of the pain of his wounds. Aizen Soushik was finally before him. The hated traitor that had shamed him, had deceived them and sullied his sacred charge to the King of Souls. He would burn him. He would reduce this traitor to cinders, and erase his very being from existence. A figurative stain on the Godei's history, he would become a literal stain on this city. His ash would spread across the wind. "Commander," said Aizen jovially. "Do you regret not coming earlier?" Yamamoto gave him an unimpressed look. "I can smell the fear on you, boy," he said, his voice burning with quiet fury. "Your facade is polished, but it is a facade still." Yet more power pulsed from Yamamoto, his Ryotsu becoming oppressive. Lesser men would have fainted long ago, and even Aizen had to take a step back. "Raw power will not save you, old man," Aizen said, his eyes narrowing. Yamamoto lunged, blade raised. There was no Aizen where he struck, of course, but as he struck out, a fierce pulse of raw power emanated from Yamamoto. There was a blur in reality and the captain commander sensed something to his right, spinning around with a horizontal blow with the speed and reflexes of a veteran's veteran. Steel bit into steel, Ryujinjaka grinding against Kyuka Suijutsu. "How?" said Aizen, sounding genuinely shocked. "Urahara Kisuke's attempt was not in vain," said Yamamoto, his blade still grinding against Aizen's. "He did not expect to win, but he did expect to gather information. He taught me the limits of your power, Aizen Saushik. Your illusions are not perfect, and they are only so strong. A powerful burst of energy will disrupt them, just enough." Aizen grit his teeth. "That spineless hack," he hissed. Yamamoto took his blade in both hands, assuming a stance. "Your deceptions will not aid you here, traitor. Fight me directly, with all you have. I will burn away every trace of your existence." Aizen's hand shot out, and a powerful burst of lightning struck Yamamoto. The captain commander batted the Kido spell aside, meeting a direct slash. The traitor was truly artful. As their blades clashed, again and again, it was marked not only by immaculate swordsmanship, but a devilish adaptation. Rather than relying purely on the power of his illusions, Aizen would displace himself very slightly, using his Shikai sparingly and at the last moment. Soon, Yamamoto found himself cut here and there, left with flesh wounds. He would disperse the illusions again and again, but Aizen would still be out of reach. It did nothing to move Yamamoto. He was filled with righteous anger, but he had learned to temper it. Where lesser men would become frustrated or angry, he kept his head level. He had lived through 1,000 years of bloodshed, earning his place the hardest of ways, and he would not be provoked. There was something deeply frustrating about fighting the old man. For all of Aizen's superior tactics and preparations, the commander simply pushed through like a bull in a china shop, like a rampaging monster. No wound seemed to slow him, and now that he was equipped with a countermeasure to Kyuka Suijutsu, there was little chance of using it to any serious advantage. It was all Aizen could do to keep himself on the move, just out of the commander's range. He dodged under a horizontal slash that would have cut through him like a hot knife through butter and aimed his offhand at Yamamoto, casually flinging a perfect Reikau Urhao right at the captain commander. It was a marvel, a fully made spell with the power of a full incantation, created in an instant with nothing but will and a few hand movements. Any self-respecting Kido scholar would have wept at the sight of it. The lightning sunk into Yamamoto and did virtually nothing. There was a bright, blinding flare of electricity as the spell broke against the raw force of the captain commander's Ryotsu like a wave breaking against the rocks. The flash of light had at least bought him a moment, allowing Aizen to move a few paces back. Inwardly, he cursed. He had known just how powerful Yamamoto was, but this felt ridiculous. Still, there was a method to this madness. He had to draw out the old man's Bankai, had to know the full measure of his power before he used his own. And, whatever he did, that could not mean entering a battle of attrition with the old man, or he would be ground down to dust. That meant Kido. Quick, energy efficient, and sure to goad that old Leviathan. Aizen raised his hand, bothering to mutter an abridged incantation, more out of habit than need. Hiryogekazoku Shinten Reihao. He snarled. Where the Reikau Urhao had been as nothing, the higher level lightning blast actually seemed to have a measurable impact. Fired at close range, the commander had no chance to dodge, but then again, he made no attempt to. He simply let his power flare, matching the blast as it struck. Aizen reeled back, nearly losing his balance from the shock of it. To his satisfaction, he saw that Yamamoto had taken a step back, too. Clasping his hands together, Aizen muttered the next incantation. 5 lights hovered around his hands, and the Bakuta took effect. The Gokuteken materialized, 5 pillars chained together coming down on the old man. As each one came down with a thud, Aizen marveled again at the sheer power the old man commanded. The spell was designed to keep a target absolutely fixed in one location, immovable without being crushed. The old man's knees bent a little, but he held the pillars on his back without breaking, even taking a step forward. Aizen felt the tension in the spell, knowing that such a contradiction to its purpose would make it fail soon. Aizen ran through a final incantation. Pointing a hand, he cried out, Hada 99, Gorya Tenmitsu. There was a haze in the air as a tremendous power manifested. Beneath them, a mass of violet lightning manifested, and a moment later there was a violent eruption as 5 enormous dragon heads surged up. They towered over Yamamoto in a circle, each one slamming into him with titanic force. The first discharge of power was blinding, and Aizen had to look away as the next heads came down. They exploded with force as they struck home, the spell quickly burning out as the dragon heads tore into the old man. Aizen couldn't see, but he could feel them tearing into Yamamoto's flesh. This was a captain killer, a powerful spell meant to end something, and this time the spell had been perfect. Then he felt another haze, this time from an overwhelming heat. There was a shockwave of raw power, and skin-crackling heat washed over Aizen. The spell faded, burnt out. All spiritual conflict ultimately was a battle between powers, and the old man had overpowered the highest spell Aizen knew. As it ended, there the old man stood, bloodied but unbroken. In defiance, the fire around him flared up, instantly cauterizing his injuries. These petty tricks will not kill me, traitor, he said resolutely, no more than your devious Zanpakuto will. Aizen knew this to not be an empty boast. Then stop holding back, old man, he taunted back. Why don't you? Aizen grit his teeth. Yamamoto was no more willing to go all out than he was, just as cautious, just as restrained. It was offensive, somehow. How could somebody foolish enough to throw his army away like he had done before have such tactical mastery? Because he is smart, Aizen reminded himself. Unenlightened or not, he earned his place in the Godai. It could not be helped. Thankfully, Aizen had come prepared with more than one ace in the hole. Slowly, at his will, his energy began to change. Aizen's skin whitened as his powers mixed. In a perfect blend, Shinigami particles mixed with hollow energies. The skin on his face hardened, retaining his features but becoming still, giving him the likeness of a statue. His eyes turned yellow, and his fingernails lengthened a little, becoming pointed. His power grew, explosively, and his elaborate robes fluttered around in the winds kicked up by the violent transformation. You truly know no bounds, Aizen Saushik, Yamamoto said, disgust written plainly in his voice. Were you so desperate for power that you would forsake your humanity? Would you rule the afterlife as an aberration? Aizen let out a chuckle. His voice reverberated as he spoke, subtly with an almost pleasant hum. Unlike the failed experiments who joined you below, I have perfected the process. That cattle? Victims of progress, stuck with a monster they must wrestle with at all times. I'm surprised they still live. But, like my Zanpakuto, I have complete dominion over this form. It exists to serve me. Do you think I made an army of Arankar only to have fighters on my side, disposable tools? Each one was a research subject, allowing me to fine-tune the process. You look upon the first true hybrid, upon perfection by design. I am every bit who I always was. The only difference is that I am stronger now. I do not know why I am even surprised, said Yamamoto. Truly, you are beyond despicable. There will never be so black a mark on the Godai's history as you. He marched forward with his blade in hand, flames blazing. He lunged, coming in with a powerful overhead swing. The heat was intense, searing Aizen's skin, but he held firm against the charge. He took a quick sidestep, catching the blade and letting it slide off to the side, cutting at Yamamoto with a swift counter-attack. The old man pulled back in time to avoid a fatal injury, but Kyuka Suijutsu still cut deep into his shoulder. The blood seared and sizzled, burning to ash before it could even start to fall. Yamamoto halted his attack, taking a step back. Aizen likewise put a step of distance between them, welcoming the reduced heat. Parts of his skin had flaked off, and he knew that he would have been badly burned just being close, had he stayed longer. That speed, Yamamoto said, taking his blade in both hands. It is not power alone, said Aizen. The hollow grants you many things. In my case, swiftness and a sense for movement, more than any training could grant. And Aizen smiled, as the skin that had peeled off mended together, leaving a flawless white surface again. Other gifts, as well. Seeming unimpressed, Yamamoto took the offensive, lashing out with swiftness that belied his age. It was a chaotic, hellish mess of fire and blade, but Aizen was always where the pandemonium was not. It was thrilling. Here he was, the great Captain Commander, an absolute legend, as strong as they came, and here was Aizen, keeping up, outpacing him. He was constantly on the edge, always a millimeter away from death, and he was in control. He weaved out of the way of a powerful slash, dancing past the commander and cutting him across the back in a single, fluid motion. Yamamoto grunted, but barely seemed to acknowledge the injury beyond that. Aizen let his arms and legs grow longer, nimbler, another perk of his new transformation. Speed was his ally here, and he would extort it to its fullest. Yamamoto kept a firm grip on his blade, his mind working hard as he swung Ryujinjaka around in wide arcs. Aizen's abominable transformation seemed to have escalated. He was now moving around their battlefield with preternatural speed, even for a Shinigami of his skill. It was elegant in a sickening kind of way, how he weaved back and forth, always out of reach. A single good hit, Yamamoto knew, would be ruinous even if it did not end him outright. Aizen seemed to know it just as well as he did, and as revolting as his new form was, it was undeniably potent. Yamamoto pressed the attack, great swathes of fire roaring through the air as he slashed. The area around them was quickly becoming an inferno, and the crackling heat seemed to provide the only damage Aizen could not evade. But, even as his skin crackled and flaked, even as his skin blistered and blackened, it would not take long before his flesh would reform. It was infuriating, that such heresy could yield such power. No. Anger would not help him, nor would frustration. This was the reality he had to deal with, and it would not change. Across the ages, he had faced many a situation that seemed impossible, and he had always triumphed. This was but another obstacle. This stubborn conviction was what had carried him to greatness in the first place, and he would trust in it now as ever. The real problem was using his Bankai. To unleash it, if used long enough, it would consume the entire city, the conflagration growing until it swallowed everything around it. Such power, he hesitated to use it even now. Only he could withstand it. Another slash across his back, another flinch, and another failed counter-attack on his part. Yamamoto grit his teeth. Pointing a hand, he thrust a binding spell at Aizen, but the traitor erected a Danku spell in an instant, blocking the magic with ease. It pained him to admit it, but in terms of magic the traitor had him bested. Doubling his efforts, Yamamoto chased after the long-legged specter. Aizen continued to evade his strikes at every turn. Yamamoto let a pulse of raw fire emanate from his blade, catching everything around them. Scorched, Aizen was forced back, but this was no solution. Spread this wide, his fire could not hope to kill the traitor. This had to come to an end. Yamamoto looked down at the city he had failed to protect, at the ruination wrought by the hollows, at the hundreds more Shinigami lying dead alongside the Aaron car. He had failed them. He had failed the Godei, and he had failed humanity. He could not afford to fail here. Quickly, he weighed his options. If he ended it quickly, before the conflagration could grow too far. Most of everyone here was either dead or a good distance away now. Once he released it, it would end quickly one way or the other. Yamamoto paused his advance, staring Aizen down. "Are you finally ready, old man?" taunted the traitor. "Bankai," Yamamoto said, refusing to respond to the goad, "Zanka no Tachi." "Excellent," Aizen said with a smile. It was strange, he had expected an explosion of force, but if anything there had been an implosion. The overwhelming presence of Yamamoto's spiritual pressure was gone, his power was present but far less oppressive than before. The heat seemed to have lessened, too, he felt almost cold now by comparison. But something had changed. Furrowing his brow, he looked at Yamamoto's blade. It had turned ashen black, crooked and jagged. All around him he felt dry, like all the moisture had gone from the surrounding area. "Concentrating all of your power in the blade, old man," said Aizen with a smile. "It won't help you. One swipe would have killed me even before you used your Bankai." "If that is what you think," said Yamamoto. Aizen contemplated just attacking, to test the waters. It certainly was tempting. But Yamamoto's Bankai was one of the few things he had no data on. Supposedly the old man had not used it for centuries, and the only people who had seen it would be his apprentices, and perhaps Anohana, all of which had been tight-lipped about its abilities. Its exact properties were legend, and accounts varied wildly. Attacking head-on, without protection, might mean instant death. "Bankai," Aizen said, almost hesitantly, as his power spiked, "Tsuki no Shinsei Hansa." Divine reflection of the moon. Just like Yamamoto's, his power leveled out, leaving him deceptively low. Nothing changed, not visibly. Aizen took a deep breath to steady himself. He had used this only in secret, trained for it all alone. He had never actually used it on anyone. There had never been any need. No creature in all of existence had proven so strong that such power became important to have. Yamamoto Shijikuni Genryusai would be the prey that finally proved worthy. "It seems your power has faded, Aizen Saoshik," said Yamamoto, staring him down. "I would have expected your true Bankai to be deceptive." "It matters not. None have faced Zankan no Tachi and lived." "You're one to talk, old man," said Aizen with a smirk. "If the tales about your full power agree on one thing, it's that it consumes everything in its path. The longer this goes on, the more of this world you will burn to ashes." With a careful, measured movement, Yamamoto took his blade in both hands, assumed a stance, and charged. Aizen avoided the first strike with ease, slipped under his guard with unnatural speed, and raked his blade across the old man's back. Only, this time his blade bounced. Now he felt the heat. Grating against his strike, he felt his blade almost vanish from the intense heat, so massive that it could not even manifest as flame, simply shrouding the old man in impenetrable armor. Yamamoto spun around, and in one fiercely quick thrust rammed his blade through Aizen's torso. "Foolish boy," Yamamoto grumbled, giving Aizen a contemptuous stare. "I expected that. You're becoming predictable. And, now, it's over. My blade will consume anything it touches. It is not a matter of burning, but pure eradication." Looking down, Aizen saw that it was not idle talk. Half of his waist had already turned to ash. His entire being was rapidly being eaten by the intense heat. He had only seconds. But seconds were more than enough. Aizen seemed to turn to ash, disappearing in the wind. For a moment, Yamamoto seemed to relax, lowering his head and taking a deep breath. "A single strike," said Aizen mockingly. Yamamoto snapped around. There, to his side, stood Aizen again, fully formed as if he had never been struck. "Another illusion," snarled Yamamoto. "Not at all," said Aizen with a superior look on his face, smiling widely. "You did hit me. But my Bankai is nothing to take lightly. Where my Shikai rewrites your perception of reality, my Bankai rewrites reality itself. Remaking myself takes nothing more than will and power. Anything I can imagine, I can do. It is a Shinigami's power, and powers run out," said Yamamoto stubbornly. "Eventually, you will falter. Then come kill me until I do," Aizen taunted. "This is godlike power. You witness what will replace the King of Souls." Truthfully, he felt an odd mixture of feeling. Confidence, certainty of his victory, but also concern. Fear. Yamamoto in his prime, as he was right now, seemed unbeatable. The heat that cloaked him could destroy Aizen's Zanpakuta just by touching it. That blade, the sheer, raw force of it had meant it took a lot of power simply to repair the damage done. His Bankai was powerful, but all that meant right now was the ability to escape a fatal blow. No matter. He was committed, and he would not back down. There was one path forward only. Aizen met the next charge head-on, making sure to evade as much as possible. He felt every strike keenly, even those that missed raked across his body, leaving great burn marks from the sheer excess heat. Pushed hard, he was finally forced to parry. The force of the impact knocked him back several paces, and as he recovered, he saw half of his blade fall to the distant ground beneath. Just a momentary impact had been enough to crack his weapon in half. Gritting his teeth, he willed it whole again. This power was insane. Aizen looked down, and made a quick decision. He darted downward, toward the ruined city. Yamamoto rushed in close behind, and Aizen felt his enormous power signature right behind him. Yamamoto cut at him as they descended. Aizen twisted out of the way, feeling his clothes catch fire. They landed in the city, debris and dust kicked up as they took to the ground. Aizen looked at his opponent, sweat dripping down his forehead, only to vaporize instantly. He realized he was a limb short, his sword arm clattering to the ground. It turned to ashes, along with the blade. The rest of his arm was vanishing quickly, the ash eating away at his shoulder already. He grit his teeth, reversing the damage with a thought. Within seconds, his arm had reformed, blade and all. I had hoped ridding you of that arm would disrupt your Bankai. Pity, said Yamamoto. I have no such weaknesses, old man, Aizen hissed. My Bankai is all around me, at all times. More importantly, now you have to consider this precious city of yours. How much of it will you reduce to ash fighting me? It burned at his pride. Yamamoto was simply too strong to tackle head-on, not with such a defense. He would never win a battle of attrition, and he could not hurt the old man. His only chance was outlasting him, using his sentimentality against him. If all of Karakura burned, if all of Tokyo burned, if all of Japan and East Asia burned, Aizen would consider it a worthwhile trade. Yamamoto, though, had scruples. I will not need more than a couple of minutes. This will be over soon, Yamamoto proclaimed confidently. Aizen believed that much, at least. Everything leading up to this would come to a head very soon, win or loss. Yamamoto took the initiative again, lashing out with a series of fast, powerful blows, once again forcing Aizen on the defensive. Around them, half-ruined buildings became fully ruined, withering and reducing to charred dust. In an instant Aizen moved behind Yamamoto, using his best shunpo. The old man spun around with a counter-thrust, but Aizen had moved further back. The excess heat of the thrust still charred his chest, but he endured it, willing it away. He thrust his palm forward, exerting his will, and snapped his fingers. A Kuro Hitsuji manifested around Yamamoto, fading but a second after its casting. Yamamoto came out of it, bloodied and trembling. Anything, Aizen hissed. High-level Kido is child's play. And, you were actually hurt, because I turned my Bankai onto you. Even you, Yamamoto, can be affected. I made you weaker in the instant it took to execute this spell. Do not be fooled into thinking all this does is repair damage. Yamamoto's legs, which had trembled momentarily, steadied. The old man cracked his neck, and gave Aizen a contemptuous look. Is this all the power a god has? He rumbled. Let us test the limits of that power. Zanka no Tachi, south, Kakajima no Kushi Daizojin. Yamamoto stabbed his blade into the ground, and a great, black rupture appeared there. Black, charred skeletons poured forth from it, moving rapidly with uneven, unnatural movements. They were legion, and they surrounded Aizen on all sides. Aizen dashed away, but Yamamoto blocked his escape, and suddenly Aizen felt a hand clamp around his leg, his ankle, his wrist. The burning dead surrounded him, dragging him down, holding him tight on all sides. They charred him, and Aizen felt the fat in his body sizzle and boil, his skin peel off, his very bones exposed. He was cooked alive. Gritting his teeth or what were left of them, he let it happen. Soon, there was nothing but ash. Show yourself, Yamamoto demanded. I can sense your power. You will not be so easily slain. I doubt anything short of destroying your head would stop you. Aizen came into being again, breathing heavily. Damn you, you old tyrant, he said, looking at his hand. It was disturbing moments ago, he had watched it burn. He had saved himself having to feel pain, but he had still felt his entire body collapse. He had died and reshaped himself. It was disturbing, and more importantly, it was costly. He gave the old man a look. Strong though he was, a fully powered Kurohitsuji had not passed without effect. Bloodied now, and weakened from his battle with Stark, there was a slight fluctuation to his Ryutsu. It took effort now. He was weakening. Aizen had a window, but it was short. He could either continue to draw this out, or attack and push the old man. The former would be more pragmatic, but something in Aizen loathed doing so. Yamamoto was everything he was not, the antithesis of his new world order. He wanted to best him in single combat. What use was an ideal if one could not stand up for it? And, besides, the more pragmatic side of him reasoned, one does not need to exclude the other. Yamamoto would be hard-pressed to contain himself, and the weaker he got, the worse the damage. Would he be ready to let all his men burn to a crisp? If he was, then all the same to Aizen. Taking the initiative this time, Aizen charged. He let his Bankai work in short bursts, timing them with every sword strike. He could overpower the raw force of the opposing Bankai only momentarily, but a moment was enough to get a sword strike in. Yamamoto met the flurry of blows with the patient, practiced ease of a master, but Aizen's preternatural speed was slowly starting to give him an edge. Yamamoto's defenses were strong, but Aizen was always where the old man's blade was not. Yamamoto lashed out with a massive wave of heat emanating from a powerful swing of his blade. Aizen skipped to the side, and snapped his fingers again. Blue lightning ravaged the old man's body, and Yamamoto twitched and shook. "It's a shame I've had so little opportunity to experiment," said Aizen with a cruel smile, "but with this Bankai, Kidou has near limitless potential. How much can you take before you are finally consumed, old man?" "Enough!" Yamamoto bellowed, powering through the lightning. He charged, raw power once again shaking off the effects of Aizen's Bankai. Aizen only barely evaded, a searing black cut ruined half of his face as the commander's blade nicked him. I would have dodged that easily before. He was consuming more of his spiritual reserves than he had realized, and it was making him slower. Not just the effort of undoing the damage he took, but to constantly struggle against the burning aura of the captain commander. He didn't have long. Neither did Yamamoto. Aizen stopped to think for a second, skipping back. Carefully, he sensed his own reserves. He still had enough left, just barely. All around them, buildings were burning, crumbling. Yes, a little more damage, a little more time, and the commander would have to dismiss his Bankai. It was ironic. After all his planning, after all these elaborate schemes, it would come down to gambling on one last attack. And, he had no choice. It was that or running, and Aizen would not run. Taking a deep breath, Aizen raised his blade and charged headlong into Yamamoto. The old man caught his first strike with ease, and went for a counter thrust. But, rather than parry or evade, Aizen pushed right into the blade, impaling himself on it. Just as he let himself be skewered, he thrust forward with his own blade, his Bankai momentarily weakening the old man's impenetrable armor. At once, together, they ran each other through. Despite the weakened effect of the Bankai, despite using as much power as he dared to counteract its effects, Aizen felt his core being quickly eaten away at. Within seconds, he'd be reduced to ash. He had only one shot. "Fool," Yamamoto hissed through the pain. "This is desperation." "For us both," Aizen acknowledged. He placed his offhand on the blade, and poured Kidou lightning through it, coursing through the commander's insides. Together, they cooked. Together, they started to burn each other to death. Soon Aizen had turned into ash, scattering before the wind. As he did, Yamamoto let out a rasping breath, and sank to his knees. Looking around him, he saw the blackening hellscape growing around them, and finally lowered his head in defeat. Ryujinjaka's form reverted from its jagged black to its normal form, the heat lowering. Aizen let out a pained, horrified breath as he came into being once more. His mind had nearly been wiped. He had almost lost control, almost become one with the winds, almost scattered into nothing. He almost fell over. For the blink of an eye he wobbled, almost too weak to even stand. Then he steadied himself, and looked down on the commander. "You will never be accepted," rasped Yamamoto. The old man looked pitiful on his knees, finally broken, finally vulnerable. When you come face to face with the father of Reapers dash. History will not remember your defiance, old man, said Aizen coldly, cutting Yamamoto straight across the chest. I will see to that. He'd meant to hit his neck, but his arm wasn't steady, trembling with weakness. Even so, the blood sprayed across the street, sizzling on the blackened ground. Yamamoto fell over, beaten. Finally, he would. There was a sudden pain, and he saw a blade protrude from his chest. Blood seeped out from his white robes. A knife in the back, huh? There was no mistaking that voice. Aizen turned around, his face a vicious sneer. Jin, he hissed. You couldn't even have the good taste to die fighting, could you? I should have dash, he coughed, blood dropping down his chin. Now, don't ya waste energy talkin', said Jin, coming into view. He had the same smile on his face, wicked, cruel, but it was genuine now. I bet a real smart fella like yourself already knows where I'm going with this. Bet a real smart fella like yourself already knows what my Bankai's like. You always did keep data. Kamishine, I know Yari. God killer. Yeah, you saw that coming from a mile away, didn't ya? Aizen just barely kept hold of his blade. Of all the times for this to happen. Damn you! He hissed. Waiting for my Bankai to run out. Only time there is T-strike, Jin said. Reminds me of the tale of the scorpion. How's it go again? Lil, Toad helps a scorpion cross the river, then it stings, anyway. Toad can't figure out why. Scorpion just says, it's in my nature. Keep talking, you smug bastard, Aizen thought to himself. Savor it. The longer it goes, he looked down, and his eyes widened. Ya caught it, too, didn't ya? Said Jin, nodding. A hole was growing in Aizen's chest, at rapid speed. See this here? Lil piece of my blade I left in ya. See, Lord Aizen, ya don't know everything after all. And, I do have a reason. He walked closer, blade in hand, stopping a few yards away. Her name is Dash. Then suddenly Aizen was right in front of him, furiously grabbing hold of the traitor's sword arm, thrusting forward. Jin's eyes widened, and it was all over. Aizen's blade ran right through him, down to the hilt, up his gut and through his chest, piercing his heart. And, you don't know it all either, Jin, Aizen hissed. You thought I had no Bankai left? Careless. You always have been. At least now I won't have to smooth over the messes you leave me, you simple-minded psychopath. He twisted the blade, and Jin let out a gurgle. With his free hand the traitor clawed at Aizen, but Aizen would not be deterred. He held on, twisting the blade again, until Jin finally collapsed. Kicking Jin's blade aside, Aizen spat on him. He gave him a kick for good measure, breathing heavily. Now he really was out of power. His blade had sealed itself entirely, Bankai gone. Right now, he was, probably the weakest he ever had been. He could probably not even cast basic Kidou if he tried. He could barely stand. He was drained. Saving himself from Jin's treacherous poison had taken the very last of his reserves, leaving him dangerously low. His eyes snapped over to Yamamoto. Even so, even if he'd have to retreat, it would be worth it if he could kill the old man. Marching over on unsteady legs, he raised his blade. Yamamoto lay there on the ground, bloodied and weak, staring up at him defiantly. Just die, Aizen hissed, bringing his blade down. He could feel it in his mind. The old man's head severed from the shoulders in one last, powerful swing. The mighty Captain Commander laid low at last. Victory, complete. But, metal met metal, and instead of slicing through flesh, he felt the resonating clang of blades clashing. Over my dead body, said Erza, a dark, determined look on her face. You. Aizen snarled. Chapter 115, Stand Up Be Strong. 6th Division, Report. This is Captain Soiphone, assuming command of the battle. Soiphone limped across the ruined battlefield toward the headquarters, communicating through an earbud. Venerable Yamamoto had fallen. She did not know yet whether they were victorious or not, but according to combat protocols she was now in command of directing the battle, and it was not over yet. She had a few broken ribs, and her knee hurt fiercely, but she could stand and that was good enough. Reaching into her robes she produced a small tube, chewing down a strong painkiller. I repeat, 6th Division, report. After an unbearable pause of dead air, there was finally a bit of static noise as Kukaki Byakuya's voice cut through. 6th Division Captain reporting in. I have engaged and killed the Espada Ulquira. My division has taken heavy casualties, but we have secured the area. He sounded half dead, shaken in a way so iPhone had never heard. Well, if anything should do it, today was the day. Good, she said, keeping her tone firm. I am wounded but standing, heading to HQ. Recover your wounded and fall back to secure my route. Understood. Executing. So iPhone limped along, already thumbing the bead to hit the next frequency. 5th Division, report. It took a few tries, and when somebody finally picked up, it was an intimidated 4th seat. Captain So iPhone? ER Commander. We have taken losses, but we stand. We have lost track of our captain and vice captain, but we have confirmation that the 7th Espada has been neutralized. Our line is holding, and most of the Arrancar have been slain. Maintain position, So iPhone commanded, and find out what happened to your commander. Retrieve your wounded and take up defensive positions until you receive further orders. Yes, Command Dash. So iPhone had already switched channels, contacting 7th. Heavy casualties taken, Commander. We've lost nearly half our number. 8th. Heavy casualties, but we're holding. We can confirm the Primero is dead. So iPhone scoffed to herself. Everyone had seen that. 9th. We've taken heavy losses. Our division has been routed. Our remaining soldiers fell back to support the 10th. 3rd. We've lost over half our number, but the Arrancar have been destroyed. One by one, So iPhone got a status report from every commanding officer she could reach. The message was clear, the Arrancar waves had been undone. Some still remained, but the Goti had held firm. The Espada were either dead or missing, whereas most captains were alive or missing in action. So iPhone. The one thing that could cause So iPhone to waver had just arrived, a black-clad Yoryuki landing in front of her, rushing to her side. Are you okay? So iPhone said, her officer's facade cracking for a second. I'm fine, Yoryuki said dismissively. The guy was small potatoes. Then I had to bail out Kurika from that giant monster, then, well, that happened. I'm a bit beaten up and tired, but I'm okay. She looked to the ruined cityscape around them, where great burn marks ravaged the fallen buildings. I should be asking you that, anyway, said Yoryuki, gently putting her arms on So iPhone's shoulder. You look a mess. A few broken bones and some exhaustion. I'll live, So iPhone said dismissively. My leg is killing me, though. Let me help. You're not carrying me, said So iPhone sharply. I'm the commander now. Until Yamamoto is back, I am responsible. I can't be seen dash. Okay, Yoryuki said, holding up her hands in defeat, but maybe take my arm? You can at least lean on me. So iPhone sighed and held out her hand. Leaning on Yoryuki, they slowly headed back toward the headquarters. Are we winning? Asked Yoryuki. I don't know, said So iPhone helplessly. I think so. The Espada seem taken care of, and the Arrancar horde, too. But, if the captain commander is dead and Eisen lives, all is still lost. And, even if not. She gestured to the city around them, war-ravaged, broken and littered with the dead, their own, and human civilians alike. This does not feel like winning. Another victory like this, and the Goti is done for. Yoryuki shook her head. I know what you mean. Do you have anything to tell me about the battle? Said So iPhone, switching gears before she could get lost dwelling on the enormity of their failure. Catch me up to anything you know. Kisuke is wounded, but in stable condition. Kurosaki has been retrieved. Yukatake is in bad shape. I think, he's dying. Anohana has been called over to help, but she's exhausted. If he's the only casualty among us, it's a miracle, so iPhone muttered darkly. Still, that accounts for most of the captains. Except Scarlet. I've no idea where she is, Yuki said. I'll head out and check the moment we reach HQ. Don't. Whatever's going down is likely to be over by the time we get there. I need a good intelligence operative at my side more than anything right now. Erza. I don't know where she is, but she's tough as old leather. She'll make it. You'd better make it, Erza, so iPhone thought as she limped on. They had all lost enough today, and losing the one friend she had among the captains would be too much. Yuki Jushiro lay in the street where he had fallen. Nobody had dared move him, not even Anohana. His white coat was dyed red and sticky with his own blood. His blade had fallen a good 10 yards away. Anohana kneeled by his side, feverishly applying her best medical kit. It was a losing battle. His entire upper body was in ruins, 3 massive claws having left him with more hole than body. She could see parts of his spine jut out, and some of his innards had spilled out onto the street. He had lost most of his blood, and even worse, most of his spiritual energy had dissipated. He was hanging on by a thread, and the weave she was placing on him would only delay the inevitable. Her hands covered in blood, she still tried to force his body to live. His heart was ruptured, and his aorta was trashed. His spine was broken in several places. One lung was shredded, and that was to say nothing of his liver or bowels. He was hanging on only by the sheer force of a captain's mighty spiritual power, but that, too, would last only for so long. Only somebody like Orium could save him now, and she was far away, probably exhausted from the healing she had done all battle long. Senpai. A weak hand took hers, remarkably unblemished. Keep quiet, Anohana ordered firmly. Don't waste any more energy. Save it, for the ones that can be saved. Yuki Jushiro she said sharply, in a tone most would have dreaded, but he was beyond fear. I don't have long, he rasped, so, go get the ones that matter. My sensei. Kyoraku. Something tore at Anohana. Her healer's oath was to always help, but sometimes there was nothing one could do but to help people pass with dignity. Hang in another few minutes, she said, nodding. Anohana paused, forced herself to calm for a moment, and tried her best to focus. Shihoin had stabilized Kyoraku, and he had been left not far from here. He was in good shape, considering the circumstances. Approaching the medic she had left to care for him, she gently tried to stir him, only to realize he was already awake. Can you walk? She asked severely. Not unless I have to, muttered Kyoraku. You have to. Sensing something was wrong by the tone of her voice, he sat up. I'll lean on my blade if I have to. When they got back, somebody else had already made it there. A battered Kukakirukia knelt by Yuki-take's side, looking inconsolable. Kyoraku's eyes widened as he approached. There's got to be something you can do, he said pleadingly. Anohana shook her head. There are many things I could do, but I am no miracle worker. His core, it's bled out too much. He's taken too much damage. But if I could help, I would, she said before he could continue. Believe me, I would. But, sometimes. She shook her head. You can say goodbye. That's it. Shunsui's eyes watered. Supported by Anohana, he stumbled toward his old friend, kneeling by his side. Good. Good, Yuki-take wheezed. And, sensei. We can't get hold of him, Anohana said regretfully. We don't know where he is. I think he's defeated Aizen, but he's not here right now. Yuki-take nodded. Shame. He's going to take this hard. Kyoraku, will you tell him it's not his fault? Of course, said Kyoraku, his voice trembling. He did his best, you know, Yuki-take murmured, taking a deep, wheezing breath. The very best, Kyoraku said. I'll tell him, I swear. Yuki-take nodded, and reached out with both hands, extending one to his old friend and one to Rukia. You know. I always thought I'd die in my bed, he said, smiling. Instead I get to die in the greatest battle of Shinigami history. Zaraki will be jealous, Ha! He coughed lightly, drawing another rasping breath. Please, save your breath, Rukia pleaded. Captain, we're going to fix you. We're going to make you right again. No, you're not, said Yukatake calmly. I can't even feel the pain anymore. Can't feel my body. Can't feel anything. Can't see you two anymore. He turned to Rukia. You've come so far, you know that? You're so much stronger than anyone thinks. Stronger than your brother thinks. Stronger than you think. I'm so proud to have been your captain. I can go, content, with somebody like you at 13th. I leave my division with you, Rukia. Look after it. I swear it, Rukia said, tears streaming down her face, squeezing Yukatake's hand. Slowly, as if it took all his strength, Yukatake turned his head to Kyoraku. Loved you, like a brother, he gasped. Even if Sensei's not here, I'm glad you came. Thank you for everything. You, be the one to tell my family. Make sure I'm buried right. I always. Then, the last of Yukatake's breath left him, and he fell quiet. Tears flowed freely down Kyoraku's cheeks as he bowed over his friend's ruined body, his shoulders shaking. His beloved friend, with him since their youth, had passed. Leader, friend, brother, the best of them all had been lost. The blades locked, and Erza shoved him back. Aizen stumbled, righting himself. Breathing heavily, he pointed his blade at her. You, he said, shaking his head. Of course it's you. Who else would it be? Erza stared him down, her face a mask of cold anger. She had approached when she felt Yamamoto's Bankai failing, knowing she had to do something. It felt right to be here. I know you don't understand this, she hissed, gritting her teeth, but every single one of the thousands of people you just killed had family. Fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, daughters, sons. The people you murdered mattered, and you took their lives anyway. And, for what? Power? Look around you. She gestured at the ruined hellscape around them, at the burns on Aizen's body, at her own wounds. You're fighting to, what, become a god? You killed all these people, and you still lost. Think, Aizen. They died for . For a better tomorrow, yeah, Erza spat. I see you, Aizen. I know what you are. I know you believe it. I know you're delusional enough to think you can murder 10,000 innocents and be justified. There's nothing left to say. I've never said this before, but you deserve to die. Aizen took a deep breath, and grasped his blade in both hands. I always admired that about you, he said, taking a stance, that moral character. That willingness to take a stand. If only you had listened, you would have been the perfect partner. You don't have partners, Erza snarled, spitting at the ground. You have tools, and the moment they stop being useful, you throw them aside. You are cold and monstrous. You think you're better than Ichimaru-jin, but the only difference between you is that you think you're a good person. Aizen's eyes narrowed. Quite a lot to say given there were no words left, he said sharply. Erza glanced over her shoulder quickly. Sasakaibe was hurrying to his old master's side, dragging him away from the battlefield to tend to his wounds. Look after him, said Erza, looking back to Aizen. He's mine. Quite a boast. Aizen started, but Erza closed the distance, charging on unsteady legs. Aizen met her strikes head-on, parrying carefully with tired arms. They went back and forth, running through the familiar movements of slash, thrust, parry, and evade, neither gaining an edge over the other. It was strange to Aizen. This was unlike the thrill of fighting Yamamoto, with everything at stake and every aspect of his arsenal at his disposal. He was tired now, almost fully exhausted. His movements were slow and sluggish. Still fast by any normal standard, but they lacked the usual edge, the sharpness, and perfection that normally came naturally to him. Despite his best efforts, he was not gaining any kind of advantage. For the first time ever, he faced down Erza Scarlet without the absolute certainty of victory. Erza struck again and again, pushing Aizen back with each step, her furious assault putting him on the defensive. Her body protested, she was dizzy from blood loss, her muscles ached, and her wounds shot jabs of pain through her body with each movement, but she ignored all of it and pushed forward. Right now, nothing mattered except him. Now and now only she could match him. Beat him. Kill him. What's wrong? She snarled as they locked blades, one sealed Zanpakuto pushing against another. Where are your illusions, Aizen? What happened to that smug confidence? Have you ever had to fight a battle you didn't know you'd win? You little dash. Erza surged forward, headbutting him. Aizen reeled back in surprise, blade barely up in time to parry her next attack, and he groaned in pain. You spent all this time looking down on the rest of us. Now look at you. Erza cried, pushing the attack. Aizen, angered by her taunt, focused and parried, meeting her next set of strikes with perfect precision. Look at me. Aizen spat back, finally halting her assault. I have won. I have defeated Yamamoto and made the key. All that is left now is to build my world. Erza let out an infuriated battle cry, launching into a series of quick thrusts. Aizen parried, reading her attacks, waiting for the right opportunity. Exhausted as they were, things were even far more even than Aizen liked to admit. She was good. He had always known that, of course, but he had always assumed he was naturally better. It had to be the drain of his battle with Yamamoto. Patiently he waited for an opening. She was angry, and that was usually a weakness, but her form was not slipping. Even so, it was only a matter of time. Parrying, dodging, and evading, he waited. Then he struck. A quick rap against her blade knocking her weapon to the side just slightly, and a quick movement of his wrist, and his Zanpakuto cut into her side. But, to his surprise she didn't even flinch, immediately righting her blade and coming in with a counter-attack. Her blade raked across his cheek, and Aizen cursed inwardly as he reeled back, quickly putting up his guard. His hollow form was long gone, and the cut was a painful reminder that if he was wounded, he had no way out of it. He continued to wait, his breathing growing heavier with each moment. Again he found an opening and a shallow cut to show for it, a second time, a third time, but Erza showed no sign of stopping. She was relentless, fighting like a fury. Come on. He thought to himself. You can't keep this up. You're as tired as I am. He stepped back, bending backwards to weave out of a horizontal cut, and made ready to find another opening. Enough of them, and he'd wear her down. All it took was one good hit. It happened in an instant. His blade was batted aside, his hand slipping at the worst time, and she rammed her blade forward in a sharp thrust. The blade caught him in the chest, halfway running him through. He grit his teeth, watching the blood pour down his chest as she wrenched the blade free. He kept his guard up, stumbling back. He had barely even seen it coming. It was fast. Desperately, he reached into the last of his reserves, knowing it was almost fatal. As Erza rushed forward to follow through, blade raised high, Aizen took another step back. In between them the image of Momo appeared. Please, she begged, don't hurt him. He made her look pleading, sincere, perfect. Calling on his Zanpakuto at a time like this ate away part of his very soul, burning at him like a slow fire, but he had no choice. If he could break her stride even for a second. He was drawing his last few breaths. Jin was an expert in the art of murder, and he knew a fatal blow when it landed. Aizen had expertly cut right through him, right at his core, right through his aorta and into his heart. It's funny, he muttered. Killing him was my whole life's goal. I should feel pretty miffed about this thing. But I don't feel much of anything. A hand touched his, softly squeezing it. Ranjika looked down on him, a piteous expression on her face. Tears were in her eyes. It was all for you, you know, he said, drawing another ragged breath. I just needed him to pay. For what he did. I know you don't like it. Ain't on you. I know, she said, her voice shaky. Went the way I did 'cause I had to. Didn't know no other. He coughed, and drew another wheezing breath. What, you ain't gonna tell me to save my breath or nothin'? No. You really ain't gonna try to save me, are ya? I know you can't, but... Jin, she said, squeezing his hand tighter, you chose your path a long time ago. I've cried about it enough. This is the way it has to end. We finally see eye to eye, he said solemnly. Live by the sword, die by the sword. I knew that going in. What'd I do with life if I didn't have no Eisen to kill? At least I can go out in good company. Ranjika let out a stifled sob. I'm sorry I made you cry, he murmured. Never wanted to. No, you're not, she said, her voice ending in a pained squeak. Maybe you think you are, but you're not. A brief pang of regret went through Jin's mind. He cared. He always had. But now it was too late to make her see, to show her. He'd known only one way, and it had slipped. We had some good times, didn't we? He muttered, slowly closing his eyes. Ranjika said, nodding weakly. Yeah. We did. Back when it was just us, looking out for each other. I remember. Said Jin. Yeah. Back then, when I was still happy. Didn't last, did it? Life's like that. One moment you're doing good, then you're fucked. You, take care, Ran. He took another long, ragged breath and smiled, genuinely and contentedly. One last time, he breathed out and fell still. The last thing he felt was Ranjiku, holding his hand tightly. The image of Momo was perfect, as draining as it was. All he needed was a moment's hesitation. What Eisen got instead was an enraged scream as Erza barreled forward, cutting straight through the illusion and running her blade into his chest. Shocked, he staggered back, bleeding from the deep cut. What? He managed, wide-eyed, shocked. He put his hand to his chest, finding it dyed red with his own blood. She would never, Erza said furiously. She would never beg for your life, you cretin. How dare you? How dare you use her image like that? How dare you think I'd fall for it? But I molded her, said Eisen in disbelief. I made her mine, all those years. She is yours no longer. She is mine now, by her own choice. She will never dance to your tune again, and how dare you think you could use her against me? Erza lashed out again with her blade, and Eisen barely parried now. He staggered back again, blood splashing onto the ground as he retreated. Erza's swings were slow and heavy, and they were wearing him down. He was still recovering from the shock of having been stabbed. Desperately he tried to summon whatever power he had left to just react, to stand up and keep himself alive. He felt her blade rake against his wrist, and the grip on his blade slackened. Feeling himself lose hold of his blade, he instinctively surged forward, grabbing at her sword arm. Caught off guard, she wrestled with him. Eisen's blade clattered to the ground, and in a confusing melee they both tried to gain control. Desperate, Eisen slammed a fist into her wrist, striking again and again, forcing her to let go. Erza let out a pained grunt and lost hold of her blade. But Eisen did not so much as have time to collect himself before it continued. With a steely and infuriated look on her face, Erza struck him with her fist. The hit connected squarely with his jaw. She did not even try to recover her blade, she just went for him. Grabbing him by the hem of his shirt, she slammed her fist into his face again and again. The world went blurry. The strikes came over and over. Before he could recover, he would be hit again. He was vaguely aware of being grabbed with two hands and slammed against a ruined piece of wall. You thought you were a god, she said coldly, punching him in the jaw again. You thought you were so above it all, didn't you? Well, gods don't bleed, do they? To punctuate her statement, she hit him again. Eisen tried to raise his hands, but it was futile. She slipped through his shambolic guard easily, and he felt his head slam into the wall from the impact. She grabbed him by the hair and yanked down his head. Her knee slammed into his temple, and Eisen saw stars. She yanked his head up and let go. Eisen stood there, barely keeping himself upright, trying to raise his hands to mutter a spell, to do anything. A furious expression on her face, Erza backhanded him. Eisen fell to the ground, his face bruised and bloodied. He took a few short, panicked breaths, and steadied himself. He rolled onto his back, groaning in pain. Erza stood over him, fists balled. As she came in for another strike, Eisen lashed out, slurring the word. Shao. The spell, draining him even at its most basic level, hit her squarely. Erza was thrown back several yards, collapsing onto the ground. She lay there breathing heavily, and for a short period of time, so did Eisen. She had been right. He had never been beaten like this, never trashed and manhandled like some common thug. He couldn't even muster the energy to feel the normal sense of outrage that somebody had dared to defy him like this. He was still processing the shock. The world spinning around him, Eisen took a few deep breaths and tried to sit up. He immediately regretted the decision as a wave of nausea hit him, but he grit his teeth and took another breath, keeping himself upright. The world started to spin a little less, his blurred vision slowly came into focus again. He spat out blood, and 2 teeth came with it. He grunted at the sudden pain, and took another deep breath. Erza did not look much better, herself. Her battle with Halibel had taken a toll on her, and it seemed like she had been running on fumes too. With her stride broken by his spell, exhaustion was catching up to her. Forcing his body to obey, against the haze of pain and nausea, Eisen wobbled onto his feet, standing up if only barely. He saw his blade not far from where he had fallen. He stumbled toward it, nearly falling over several times. Erza let out a frustrated grunt and slowly forced herself up, too, deciding to scramble for her own weapon rather than come at him. She crawled on all fours to grab her blade. What an opening that would have been if he hadn't been so weak, so drained, and took hold of it, using it as a cane to prop herself up. Slowly, both stumbling more than walking, they headed toward each other. "This," Erza said, her hands trembling as she raised her blade and took a stance, "is the last chance you'll get. Any captain could kill you now. You've lost, you son of a bitch. If I don't beat you, somebody else will. You threw all you had at us, and you didn't make it. Give it up." "My last chance," said Eisen, letting out a raspy chuckle that quickly turned into a pained cough. "Or what? You'll kill me? You, Erza Scarlet." Erza let out a frustrated groan and stumbled forward, blade raised. Eisen met her charge, if it even could be called as much, just barely bringing up his sword in time to react. His arms felt heavy, it was like moving them through tar. He'd never felt this tired in his life. The two clashed feebly, their strikes slow and imprecise. Blade clattered against blade weakly, neither able to break the other's guard, neither able to do much more than swing wildly. Eisen took 1 step back, 2 steps, evading a wide, sweeping strike. Erza's form was weak now, worn down by her exhaustion. If he could just pull it together one time, for one good strike. She lunged. The thrust was slow and clumsy, catching his uniform and scratching his side. She barreled into him, and for a few seconds they leaned into each other, breathing heavily, almost resting. Then Eisen shoved her back with one hand, and before she could raise her guard he followed up with as hard a slash as he could manage. It was good. It struck a diagonal line across her chest, and Erza let out a wheezing gasp in shock, stumbling to her knees. Fresh blood splattered onto the ruined ground around them. Eisen raised his blade, slowly grasping it in both hands. He readied a swing, aimed right at her neck. Erza tried to raise her blade, but her arm only twitched, refusing to respond. "This is your last chance," Eisen hissed. "Give up. Join me at last, and help me build tomorrow. When you're dead, Yamamoto will be gone, too, and nobody will stop me from escaping and recovering. And, when I come back, nobody will be left to stop me. Death, or life. Tomorrow, or nothing." "Go to hell," Erza hissed defiantly. Eisen let out a frustrated snort, and raised his blade. "Fine." She made her bed, and she could lie in it. The blade came down, and he struck a spinning golden barrier. A light Keto blast struck him, and Eisen reeled back several yards, struggling to remain upright. Erza collapsed on the ground, seeming spent, and standing in her place was Hinamori. "You," Eisen snarled, taking a step forward. "You stupid girl, you think you can get in my way. As you are right now," said Momo, taking a stance with her own blade. "Yes. But, I'd do it even if you were at your peak. I love her. She is everything to me, and I'm not letting you take her from me." Eisen took in a deep, frustrated breath. "Momo," he said pleadingly, "stand down. I don't really want to kill either of you. I just need the old man dash." "No." Taken aback by the intensity of her voice, Eisen blinked. "What?" "I'm not letting you take her, and I am not letting you take anything else either. I'm going to give you all I've got, because it's what she would do. It's not much, but even if it isn't, it's worth it." "All right, fine," Eisen hissed. "You want to die? You want your life to end here and now? Have it your way. I swear, I do all of this to save you all from yourselves, and I am starting to think you're not even worth it." "I don't care what you have to say," Momo insisted. "I'm not letting you through." Erza had slumped over, face down in the dirt. She was only vaguely aware of the world around her, teetering on the edge of consciousness. Her vision was going dark, and she had an overwhelming urge to just close her eyes and sleep. She had given so much already, more than anyone could ask. She couldn't even remember why she had been fighting. There was a war. And she had been fighting somebody. It was important. But reality felt like a dream. Nothing made sense. She closed her eyes and let go. A pained cry roused her from falling asleep at the last moment. The voice was dear to her, more important than anything. The sound of the voice crying out in agony cut through her exhaustion like a bolt of lightning, and suddenly Erza was fully awake. Slowly she raised her head from where she lay. Momo was fighting. Eisen was a mess, but Momo was almost spent, herself, and she had never been a master of the blade. He had stabbed her in the right shoulder, crippling her sword arm, and she was only barely parrying his attacks. She would not back down, raising her weapon desperately, but she couldn't last. Erza let out a sharp set of quick breaths, trying to will herself to move. It kicked up dust in her face, but her limbs barely responded. "Stand up. Stand up right now, or she's going to die. Stand up, or he wins." But it was too much. She had almost nothing left. Her eyes started to blur again, and the darkness started to creep up at the edge of her vision. Oblivion was coming. It would take her. Momo would die, and there was nothing she could do about it. A deep sense of despair crept over her as the dark took her. Suddenly she saw a bright light. It filled her field of vision entirely, and from the blinding white a voice called out. "You're not giving up already, are you?" Erza looked up. Her body felt light, like she was weightless, like she was floating on a cloud. The voice was familiar, although she hadn't heard it for over a century now. Before her stood a confident young man with pink, messy hair, his muscular arms crossed over his chest. "Natsu," Erza said slowly, in disbelief. "I know you haven't given up." "The Erza I knew never would," said Natsu, smiling self-assuredly. "I've given all I had already," Erza murmured, staring at him. He looked exactly like she remembered. She was vaguely aware that he shouldn't have been here, that this shouldn't have been possible. "No, you haven't." There was the dwarfish shape of Master Makarov, his gruff old voice cutting through her mind with clarity. "You're still here. You're still thinking. And, when there's a will to fight. I can't dash." "That doesn't sound like Erza to me," came the voice of Gray, the dark-haired young man giving her a stern look. "Does it, Natsu?" "No, it doesn't," Natsu agreed. "What's wrong?" I'm almost dead," Erza said desperately, again. I can't move. I can't do anything. I can't dash." "Yes, you can." Fading into vision this time was Myra Jane, her gentle voice uplifting Erza's spirit. "You've always been strong. Even stronger than you think yourself. You've always been too humble, but you know how strong you are. How much you're capable of." "But," Erza said weakly, "I'm weak. I've almost nothing left. I can't even stand. My body won't listen." "Yes, it will," said Kana, coming into view. "You're not like you were before. Mind over matter, Erza. If you have the will, you'll stand. You can do it. But dash." "There's nothing you can't do, Erza," said Lucy as she faded into view. "Not if you put your mind to it. We all believe in you, said Levi, the last to come into view. You just need to believe, too. You're Erza. You risked everything for your friends to get here. You've put your life on the line for a better world, said Natsu. You stood up to a tyrant and refused him time and time again. You've beaten the worst he could throw at you. I know you're not going to stop here. Are you? Erza looked at them, drinking in the view of her old guild. They seemed so real, like a photo come to life. Tears streamed down her face. What she had lost, what she could never regain, it still stayed with her after all this time. It was part of who she was, immutable, unchangeable. No matter who she would become in the future, she would always be one of them. No, I won't, she said firmly, raising her head up proudly. After all, I am Fairy Tale. Damn right, said Natsu. Thank you all, Erza whispered. They smiled at her, slowly fading from view. The light vanished, replaced by a dull light in a world of pain. Erza came to already halfway to her knees, her arms trembling and straining to push her up. As her blurred vision came into focus, she saw Momo fall, blood pouring down her left arm. Her blade clattered to the ground, but she stayed where she was, defiant. A low growl rose in Erza's throat as she got to her knees, her shaking arm reaching for her sword. Get up. Get up and stand. Somehow, against all odds, her fingers caught hold of the hilt. Now, to stand. Nearly falling over, she managed to rise to one knee only, and using her sword as a crutch she pushed up, slowly getting to her feet. Pity, Aizen said, his eyes focused on Momo. I would offer you a place, but I have no use for a defunct tool. He raised his blade for a decapitating strike. Momo stared him down, not flinching. I'd never take it, she said, drawing a long, deep breath. Aizen's blade came down. Energy Erza hadn't known she still had filled her. She surged forward, the growl turning into a battle cry. She wasn't running so much as continuously falling forward, but she moved, stumbling right into Aizen as the blade came down. Her blade met his, and as she slammed into him he nearly fell over, stumbling back, all balance lost. Screaming with undiluted rage, Erza grabbed the blade in both hands and thrust. She didn't know if it would hit, she wasn't even thinking, but she felt her sword strike true. Her blade run through his chest, hitting right under the ribcage. Pushing forward, she drove it deep into his body, until the guard of her hilt stopped her from going any further. They stood leaned against each other, Aizen having fallen limp and Erza breathing heavily. Her head rested on his shoulder, and his on hers. She felt his breath on her neck, slow and wheezing. I don't believe it, he said, his voice muted. You actually did it. Not yet, I didn't. Gritting her teeth, she twisted the blade inside him. Aizen let out a helpless grunt, coughing up blood. It had been an instinctual act. Something inside her had just wanted to finish it, wanted to see him done and gone once and for all. Pushing her shoulder into him, she made him topple over. Aizen fell onto the ground, lying quite still. Blood trailed from the corner of his mouth. Erza stood over him, trembling. You actually killed me, he whispered in disbelief. Never thought you had the heart. I didn't either, said Erza, feeling unbearably tired. Everything I planned for, he murmured helplessly. All those years spent planning. All the lives I took. For nothing, said Erza sharply. Your legacy will be tragedy and bloodshed. It would have been even if you won. Tomorrow, he whispered, I could see it. I still can. Golden, perfect, just like I wanted it. Erza shook her head. And, look where that vision took you. He looked at her and, to her surprise, he smiled. It's not over yet. What? Some final ace in the hole. He shook his head slowly. There's still, you. Me. We always wanted the same thing. Ending corruption. Making the Godii a better place. If it can't be me, then I'll entrust my vision with you. That's your job now, Erza. My job. He nodded. And, eventually, you'll see what I saw. That the system can't be changed. That corruption is built into it. And, then, you'll have no choice but to burn it down. Because you're Erza. Because you can't abide injustice. Erza gave him a piteous look. After all this time, she felt strange. She had hated and feared him, but now a pang of empathy struck her. They had once sworn to the same thing, and in his own twisted way, Eisen had only wanted the world to be a better place. What couldn't he have accomplished if he'd worked with the Goatee Eye? I'll do it, she said, nodding solemnly. I'll do what you couldn't. I'll make the Soul Society right. And, I'll do it without killing people for getting in my way, too. Eisen closed his eyes and smiled. Good. He said, his voice becoming quieter. He didn't have long left, Erza figured. One day you'll see, he muttered, and then, you'll do what I couldn't. We'll see, Erza said uncertainly. Yes, we will, said Eisen. His breath was labored and struggling. End it for me. Before anyone else can take me. I've earned that much, after all we've been through. She hesitated. He was helpless on the ground, beaten. It was unlikely anyone would recover him before he died. But, this was not murder. It was mercy. Erza positioned her blade over his chest, and in a singular, quick motion thrust it into his heart. Eisen let out a final gurgle, and the last of his breath left his body. Erza retrieved her blade, and with some effort she wiped it on her sleeve. She slid the blade into its sheath and watched him lie there, still and gone. So much blood had been spilt over him and his vision. So much death. And, now, it was up to her to make that mean something. Is it over? It was Momo, whispering the words as she walked up next to her. Erza let her hand brush up against Momo's, and they held on to each other. Yes, she said wearily. Yes, it is. She felt so tired. So many people had died today. It was unimaginable. This was the grimmest day of her life, but at least there was a future. Check the description for the links to the author.